Had breakfast yet, for God's sake? Well, Jack Gross explained, there's a serious epidemic down in Florida. The government and the press have been keeping it tightly under wraps, saying it's an isolated outbreak of swine flu. But we know better. It's a highly dangerous, highly virulent strain of plague. The whole city of Miami is afflicted, and there's talk of razing the whole city to the ground. It's also broken out in Fort Lauderdale, Jacksonville, Brunswick, and Charleston. Is this some sort of joke? Jack Gross shook his head. Oh, it's not a joke, Mr. Gaines. It's the most disastrous result of this administration's mismanagement we've ever experienced. The U.S. Disease Control Center have failed to contain the outbreak, and the government is so terrified that they don't know what to do next. They're too frightened even to tell the nation what's really going on. But Jack Gross raised his hand. It's the chance my people have been waiting for, Mr. Gaines. It's the chance to show up these weak-kneed liberals for what they really are. It's the chance to make the GOP a pure and concerted and effective machine again. Herbert Gaines ran his hand through his white hair. And you want me to help out, is that it? We want you as our figurehead. Captain Dashfoot to the rescue. Herbert Gaines found himself a kitchen stool and sat down. He was thoughtful and grim-faced. Mr. Gross, he asked after a few moments, is this epidemic really serious? Jack Gross nodded. As far as we can tell, between 6,000 and 7,000 people are dead, and many more are dying. Herbert Gaines looked up. So there must be great fear and panic in those places, in Florida and Georgia. There is. The police and the National Guard have cordoned off the Florida state line as far as they can, and no one is allowed out. Herbert Gaines got up from his stool and walked across to the kitchen window. He stared out at Gabriel's Park for a while. Then he said, Mr. Gross, you're asking me to do something that conflicts with my sensitivities. I'm sorry, Mr. Gaines, I don't get you. The old movie actor turned around. If there's an epidemic in the South, and people are dying, then the last thing I want to do is make political capital out of it. It's against my nature to advance myself through the fear and suffering of others. I have made terrible personal mistakes in my life, Mr. Gross, and I have been fortunate, or unfortunate enough not to have been punished for them. I don't intend to add callousness and exploitation to my list of sins. Jack Gross smiled. Well, I understand your objections, but there's no reason why they should stand in your way. You have to see this thing in its historical context. A chance like this may never happen again. A chance like what? A chance to put the squeeze on the public's uncertainty and fear? A chance to sweep into power on a tide of dead bodies? I'm not interested, Mr. Gross. Jack Gross sighed. I really think you're being oversensitive, Mr. Gaines. Herbert returned to his blender and mixed his vegetables into a reddish-green froth. He poured the juice into a tall glass of crushed ice and sipped it. He didn't look at Jack Gross and was obviously waiting for him to go. Jack Gross stared at the floor. I didn't want to do this, Mr. Gaines, he said softly. Herbert Gaines patted his lips with a Kleenex. Do what? He said impatiently. Exert pressure. Don't make me laugh, said Herbert Gaines. What possible pressure could you exert on me? Jack Gross shrugged, still staring at the floor. Well, there's always Nicky, he said. What do you mean by that? Jack Gross was silent. He just smiled. What do you mean by that? Herbert snapped. Jack Gross looked up. I mean that our patriotic duty sometimes has to come before our personal opinions, and that it always has to come before our personal pleasures. Is that a threat? By God, you'd better not threaten me, Mr. Jack Gross. Jack Gross took his hat off his knee and parked it neatly on his head. I'll make myself plain, Mr. Gaines. We need you, and we need you now. If you don't oblige us with your assistance, then some friends of ours will have to pay you a visit. Those friends of ours come from Chicago, Mr. Gaines, where the stockyards are, and they've had a lifetime of experience with stud bulls like Nicky. When those stud bulls won't behave, they take their stockman's knives, the sharp ones with the hooked blades, and they castrate them. Jack Gross said all this with the same radiant smile on his face with which he had first walked in. At the kitchen door, he turned and said, "Think about it, Mr. Gaines. I'll be in touch." Then he let himself out of the apartment and closed the door behind him. Herbert Gaines, pale-faced, went slowly into the bedroom and stared for a long while at Nicky, sleeping peacefully on the satin sheets. "Oh, God," he murmured with a shiver and went back into the living room to find the brandy. At 2:30, just before the court hearing, Lance versus Ford went back for its afternoon session, the news finally hit the streets that Florida and parts of Georgia were stricken with plague. The New York Post brought out a special edition with a front-page photograph of Miami's ruined Civic Center and a banner headline saying, "Super Plague sweeps south. Thousands die." A kind of nervous ripple went through the city, and the lunchtime bars stayed crowded until well after 3 as New Yorkers watched the special half-hourly TV reports on the effects of the epidemic. The president, looking tired but trying to sound optimistic, explained in a special interview that everything humanly possible has been done to contain the outbreak. He announced that the entire state of Florida was quarantined until further notice, and that ocean bathing was prohibited all the way from Cape Fear to Key West. "It appears on first examination that a possible source of the plague bacillus is pollution of the city by raw sewage, although where this sewage is coming from and how such an unusual and virulent bacillus could have developed within it are still mysteries. This year's unusual climatic conditions, in which the currents in the ocean are running counterclockwise, may be a contributing factor." The president wound up by saying that he intended to pray for the sick and the dying, and that the best medical brains in the country were working on antidotes. Ivor Glantz, sitting with his attorney Manny Friedman in a dark and busy Wall Street bar, watched the president face from the TV screen next to the bottles of Jack Daniels and shook his head. "Well, you know what that means," he said seriously. "Sure," said Manny Friedman, rustling impatiently through a sheaf of pink legal papers. "It means the end of civilization as we know it. Now, can we please go over these patents?" "It means," said Ivor, "that they haven't yet found a way to cure it. If they could cure it or contain it, they'd say so, but they can't. You see what the paper says? Super plague. Ordinary plague responds to sulfonamides, or half-kind anti-serum, but this one evidently doesn't." "Iva," interrupted Manny impatiently, "today is the most crucial day of all. Can we just concentrate on your bugs and leave the president's bugs alone?" Ivor checked his watch. "We'd better get back to court anyway, but I'd sure like to know a little more about this plague. Do you realize this could be an entirely new disease? Some new strain of bacillus, totally unknown?" They collected their things together and went out into the humid afternoon street. Manny hailed a cab, and they drove through heavy traffic towards the courthouse. Ivor, sweating in his dark, too-tight suit, mopped his forehead with a clean handkerchief. The cab driver, a big-nosed Czech in a cloth cap and horn-rimmed spectacles, was rapping about the plague. "If you ask me," he said, swerving imperturbably across 3 lanes of traffic, "if you ask me, it's the Soviets." "Oh, how do you make that out?" asked Ivor. "Are you a buddy of Kosygin?" The cab driver laughed. "You got to be kidding. If you ask me, the Soviets is responsible for half the troubles this country's got. They bought our wheat, correct? Well, they bought our wheat so that they could trade good American grain for worthless rubles, right? I mean, what good's a ruble to anyone? Grain, now that's different. You can offload a loaf of bread any place." Ivor grinned. "You wouldn't be Polish by any chance?" he asked. "Am I hell?" said the cab driver. The courtroom, dusty and badly lit, looked as if a burglar had just rifled it. Sheaves of paper spilled onto the floor, and volume after volume of legal books and evidence. Files and clippings lay scattered all over the attorney's desks. It was the debris of a 4-day hearing. Ivor Glantz and Manny Friedman pushed open the swing doors and went to their places. Across the court, a thin, blue-suited figure with a gray crew cut, Sergei Ford, the Finnish-born bacteriologist, was consulting with his lawyer. He was a calm, polite man, with a meticulous accent and a way of leaning forward when he spoke, like a nearsighted stork investigating an appetizing grub. He didn't look up when Glantz and Friedman came in. By 3 o'clock, the courtroom was filled. There was a high burble of conversation, more intense than this morning. News of the Florida plague had spread, and every science journal and bacteriological expert in the place was discussing it. To them, it was the hottest medical story in years. Esmeralda, severe and elegant, in a pale pink 1930s suit, her curls tucked into a pink turban hat with a diamond brooch and a feather, came into the courtroom just before the judge. She sat down behind her stepfather, in a heady cloud of chant d'arôme, and touched his shoulder. "Have you heard about the plague?" she whispered. "Isn't that awful?" "I heard over lunch," Ivor whispered back. "I'm only guessing, but I'd say it's even worse than they're pretending." "The army have sealed off Pensacola and Mobile," said Esmeralda. "I just heard it on the car radio. They say that people are dying at the rate of 2,000 a day." At that moment, Judge Sakam came into the courtroom, and they all stood. When he had sat down and put on his spectacles, Sergei Ford's attorney raised his hand to make an application. "My client respectfully wishes to apply for adjournment, Your Honor. While he appreciates the serious consequences of this action for infringement of patent, he believes he can make a material contribution to the government research work to find an antidote for the plague that we now hear is threatening our southern states. Mr. Ford is sure that Mr. Glantz will not stand in his way in this crucial emergency, and he hopes that Mr. Glantz will perhaps also wish to join in the government research work." Manny Friedman swore under his breath. "What does he mean?" Ivor Glantz asked. "He can't do this." Manny Friedman said, "He can and he has, unless you agree to an adjournment. You're going to look like a self-centered schmuck who puts his own money-making before the good of America. He's got you right by the balls." Ivor frowned. "But why does he want an adjournment? What for?" Manny shrugged. "Don't ask me. Whatever he's up to, I don't like it." Judge Sakam called for Manny Friedman's attention. "Mr. Friedman," he said, "does your client have any strong feelings about an adjournment?" Manny Friedman stood up. "My client appreciates Mr. Ford's devotion to public service, Your Honor, but does not regard an adjournment necessary. This action can only take one more day at most, and 24 hours is hardly likely to make any material difference to Mr. Ford's research. Perhaps I can remind the bench that most of the great breakthroughs in bacteriology only came after years of intensive labor, including the process claimed by my client under this present action." Sergei Ford's attorney protested. "Your Honor, we believe that 24 hours, even 4 hours, could be vital. This plague has infected an entire state in a week. People are dying right now, even as we speak." Manny Friedman glanced down at Ivor Glantz, who shrugged helplessly. Then he looked at the press table, where reporters from the New York Times, the Daily News, and Associated Press sat with their pens poised, eager for any story that would tie up with the plague. He could see the headlines now. "No mercy adjournment, insists litigating scientist." Manny said quietly, "Very well, we will agree to an adjournment until the present national crisis has passed." Judge Sakome said, "Adjourn, sign, die," and rose. The court rose too, and people began to shuffle out. While Manny Friedman busied himself gathering his papers, Ivor Glantz sat still, his head in his hands. Esmeralda came and sat next to him, and stroked his few, sparse curls. "Papa," she said, "it's not the end of the world." He grunted, and he smiled warmly and took her hand. Don't mind me, he said. I'm disappointed, that's all. Don't worry, she reassured him. As soon as the plague is over, you can apply for the hearing to continue. Ivor rubbed his eyes tiredly. The way this plague's spreading, that could be never. If it goes on like this, we'll all be 6 feet underground by the time this action gets heard. You don't think it's that serious, do you? He shrugged. I don't know. What disturbs me is that they don't have any way to cure it. We're also used to living in a society that protects us with drugs and medicines, that when we're exposed to something really deadly, we don't take proper precautions. Come on, Ivor, Manny Friedman said. This whole thing will fade away in 2 weeks, just like swine flu did. 1 minute it's panic stations, the next minute everybody's saying, plague? What plague? I never heard of no plague. Friedman led the way out of the courtroom. What will you do now? He asked over his shoulder. Do you want to see if you can bring the action forward to a specific date? Ivor shook his head. I don't know yet. This thing has cost me a goddamn mint as it is. I have 5 corporations wetting their pants to buy this process, and until I can clear it through the courts, I'm fucked. Outside the courthouse, in the humid afternoon sun, they met Sergei Ford and his attorney. Ford came up to Ivor with his hand extended and a watery smile on his lean, Nordic features. I hope there are no tough feelings, he said. Ivor ignored the Finn's hand and pulled a face. It is our patriotic duty, you know, as Americans, Ford added. Ivor turned and stared at him. You've been an American for precisely 4 months, he said sarcastically. When I need lessons in patriotism from you, I'll pack my case and go live in Russia. Manny Friedman took Ivor's arm. Come on, Ivor, don't get involved in a fight. He's up to something, and there's no point in losing your cool until you know what it is. Ivor shouted angrily. No half-baked Finnish quack is gonna... Yes, he is, insisted Friedman, and pulled Ivor away. I'm your attorney, and when I see leave off, I say it for your own good. Esmeralda, following close behind, said, He's right, Papa. Let's just have a drink and forget about it. Ivor surrendered and took his stepdaughter's hand. Okay, you win. I could do with a quart of scotch right now. They walked around the block to the meter where Esmeralda's Skylark was parked. Manny climbed into the back, and Esmeralda herself was about to get in when someone called, Miss Baxter! Esmeralda turned. A tall, good-looking young man in a pale suit was waving to her across the street. Are you calling me? She asked. The young man dodged a passing cab and came across the street. He was a little out of breath. He had dark, slightly Italian looks, with black curly hair, a straight nose, and a firmly cleft chin. Well, I hope you don't mind, Miss Baxter, he said, but I've been wanting to meet you for some time. You are the Esmeralda Baxter who runs Esmeralda's Gallery, aren't you? Esmeralda looked puzzled. That's right, I am, but should I know you? I don't recall your face. The young man grinned. Oh, I'm sorry, my name's Charles Thurston. Charles Thurston III, actually, but my father and my grandfather were so undistinguished that nobody gets confused. I write books on art. Maybe you saw my book on Man Ray? Esmeralda blushed slightly. Well, I'm afraid I didn't. Listen, do you want to make an appointment to see me? I'm pretty tied up right now. Well, can I call you at the gallery? Well, sure. Unexpectedly, Charles Thurston III lifted Esmeralda's hand and kissed it. You know something, he said. I'm sure you and I will get along like a house on fire. Afterwards, as they drove back to Concord Tower, Ivor said caustically, Did you see the way he kissed your hand? Goddamned almost swallowed it. Maybe kids these days don't get enough to eat. Oh, Papa, Esmeralda protested. He's not a kid. In fact, I think he's rather gracious. In the plush quietness of their condominium, Mr. and Mrs. Victor Blaufit tried again and again to call their daughter Rebecca in Florida. Each time the lines were busy. After 5 hours of dialing, Mrs. Blaufit went and sat at one end of the shot silk settee, fiddling restlessly with her large diamond engagement ring and biting her lips in endless nervousness. Mr. Blaufoot came up and put his arm gently around her shoulders. "The lines," he said, "they're bound to be busy. It's a crisis, but don't worry. If she's in trouble, she'll find some way to let us know. She always has, hasn't she? Always when there's a problem." Mrs. Blaufoot suddenly started to weep. Her tears dropped on the rug. "But what if she's dead?" she cried miserably. "What if she's caught that plague and she's dead? How could she call us then?" At 5:20, Kenneth Garnish announced on television that the Medical Workers Union were coming out on strike after the failure of negotiations with the federal government for emergency pay increases during the plague crisis. There would be no porters, no hospital cleaners, no janitors, no administration assistants, no sanitation engineers, no ambulance maintenance men, no electricians, no pharmacy assistants. The government insisted that to pay emergency rates would be to surrender to heinous moral blackmail, and that it would create a disturbing and destructive precedent. On the 6 o'clock news, an outbreak of possible plague was reported at Newport News, and the ban on sea bathing was extended northwards to Delaware Bay. Residents of cities and towns along the eastern seaboard were urged to remain calm and not to take hasty or ill-considered action. All airlines reported heavy bookings for westbound flights, and the Highway Patrol said the traffic through the Alleghenies was well above seasonal norms. Quiet fear began to spread throughout the eastern states, but nobody knew quite how bad the plague was or what to do about it, because the press and television were still keeping a low profile. Nobody knew that 400 people, men, women, and children, had been shot dead by the Army and National Guardsmen while trying to escape from quarantined areas. Edgar Paston ate a quiet dinner at his home in Elizabeth, New Jersey. His wife Tammy had come home from the telephone company half an hour early and had made a chocolate pudding. Edgar sat at the round table with its red check tablecloth, silently spooning the pudding into his mouth and thinking. "You're awful quiet," said Tammy, bustling into the dining room in her apron. She was a short, big-breasted woman of 33, with wiry blonde hair and plump cheeks. "I was thinking," said Edgar. "Well, you're not still worried about those kids?" He sighed, chasing the last spoonful of chocolate around his bowl. "No, I guess I've reconciled myself to that. I was thinking about this epidemic, this plague." "What about it? It's miles away. I mean, how far is Georgia from New Jersey?" "I don't know. 800 miles, I guess." "Well, then." Edgar Paston laid down his spoon and pushed his plate away. "It's 800 miles away today." "Tam, but how long is it going to take to get here? I mean, I'm kind of worried." Tammy took his plate away and flapped some crumbs off the table with her apron. She kissed him loudly on the forehead. "The television said it wasn't going to spread too far and that nobody should worry about it or panic. And if the television says that, well..." Edgar pushed his chair neatly under the table and followed Tammy into the kitchen to help with the washing up. "Well, I guess you're right," he said. "They don't usually put anything on the television unless it's true. All the same, I think we ought to have some kind of emergency plan in case the plague does spread." Tammy stacked the dishes in the dishwasher while Edgar rinsed them under the tap. Their kitchen was simple and modern and decorated in candy apple red. On the wall was a color print of fall tints in the Catskills and a wrought iron profile of President Eisenhower. "Emergency plan?" asked Tammy. "Eddie, I don't think we have to. You remember the last time we had an emergency plan during Cuba? You spent the whole weekend digging a hole in the garden for an atom shelter." Edgar laughed at the memory of it. "Well, I guess you're right, Tam. I guess I made a fool of myself over that." After they had washed and wiped the dishes, they went into their yellow-decorated living room and joined their children, 10-year-old Marvin and 14-year-old Chrissy. Both children were watching television. Edgar asked, "Is there any more news about the plague?" Chrissy said, "Nothing much, Dad. They said they had some people in isolation at Newport News, but they didn't know if they were sick with the plague." Newport News? I thought they only had the plague in Georgia. Well, she shrugged, that's what they said. They're going to have another speech by the president later. Edgar frowned. Well, that doesn't sound too healthy. I just hope the darn thing doesn't spread up this way. Dad, what's plague? Marvin said. Edgar passed and blinked. Plague? Well, it's a kind of disease. You know, a real serious disease that you can die of. Sure, Dad, but what's it like? Edgar passed and looked at Tammy, but Tammy knew as little about it as he did. I don't know. Why don't you look it up in your children's encyclopedia? It cost me $5 a month for 3 centuries. You might as well use it. Edgar watched television until 7 o'clock, then roused himself to go and close the store. Jerry was in charge at the moment, but Edgar always liked to check the final day's takings himself and make sure that everything was locked up. He kissed Tammy at the front door and went out into the cool darkness to fetch his car. A cricket was chirruping on the front lawn. He climbed into his Mercury wagon and switched on the lights. Tammy waved from the front door. He drove down the road and round the corner to the junction where the Save You Supermart stood. He didn't realize that anything was wrong till he pulled up outside. He saw Jerry inside the brightly lit store, bending over for some reason. Then, as he climbed out of the wagon, he saw what had happened. He ran heavily across the car park and into the supermarket, panting with exertion and alarm. Jerry had a red bruise on his left eye. I'm sorry, Mr. Paston. I did try to stop them, but they held me down and they hit me. I'm just trying to clear up. Edgar looked around his store in frantic horror. Every shelf in the entire store had been cleared of groceries, and every can and packet and bag had been tossed onto the floor. Thousands of dollars worth of flour and candies and nuts and cake mixes and household goods had been spilled and trampled on. He walked the length of the supermarket in a stunned dream of despair. A few customers still stood around, embarrassed and silent. As Edgar walked, he trod on fruit and broken glass, cornmeal and crumpled packets. Jerry, dabbing his bruised eye, followed behind. What happened here? Edgar said hoarsely when he got to the freezer cabinet, though he could see for himself. They pissed in it, said Jerry. I'm sorry, Mr. Paston. I did try my level best to stop them. Edgar stood still and cast his gaze over the whole wrecked store. The new storefront window, which had been installed first thing that morning, had been cracked. Displays and signs costing hundreds of dollars had been torn down and smashed. Honey and molasses oozed from cracked jars. The contents of cereal boxes were strewn everywhere. Who was it? Asked Edgar quietly. McManus? Jerry looked at the floor. They said they'd kill me if I told. I'm sorry, Mr. Paston. I'm so sorry. Edgar laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. I understand. Well, I guess we better call the cops. I would have called them myself, sir, but after yesterday, I didn't know whether they'd like it. Edgar shook his head. It's not a question of whether they'd like it. It's their job. He went to the wall phone and picked it up. He was in the middle of dialing when he heard someone laughing outside the store. A raucous, mocking laugh. He paused and then laid the telephone receiver down again. Quickly, making sure that he didn't tread in any debris, he made his way towards the cash desk, searching in his pants pocket for his keys. Jerry called, Mr. Paston, but he ignored the boy and ducked low behind the counter. He lifted his keys, examined them closely, and picked the right one. Then he unlocked the drawer under the till and took out a .38 revolver. Holding the pistol behind his back, he stalked slowly towards the front of the store. He eased open the glass door and looked out into the breezy night. Across the car park close to his station wagon, he saw a huddled group of kids. They were laughing and hooting and horsing around, and he knew damned well who they were. He shouted, "McManus! Shark McManus!" The kids went quiet and looked in his direction. He raised the .38 in his right hand, supporting his wrist with his left, and squinted down the barrel. The kids were all close together, and they presented an easy target. Edgar, his voice tight, shouted again, "McManus! Stand forward, McManus, and get what's coming to you." The kids evidently didn't realize that Edgar was holding a gun, because they started laughing again and jeering. Edgar aimed carefully at the tallest figure in the group and let out his breath. He fired, and the pistol kicked in his hand. There was a flat, echoing bang. One of the kids fell to the ground without a sound. The rest of them suddenly scattered. Edgar, holding his gun raised up, walked slowly across the car park to the fallen youth. The boy was sprawling on his stomach, and there was a wide pool of glistening blood around his head. Edgar hunkered down and examined him. The bullet had hit him in the back of the skull and must have killed him instantly. He looked around. The car park was silent. Jerry, walking on tippy toes for some reason, came up behind him. "Mr. Paston?" he breathed. "What is it, Jerry?" "Mr. Paston, you shouldn't have." Edgar stood up. "Shouldn't have? Did you see what these scum did to my store? These are scum, Jerry, and don't you forget it. He tried to destroy my way of life, and the only way I could answer that was to try and destroy his. Don't you forget that, Jerry." Edgar was shaking. He still had the gun in his hand, but he didn't know what to do with it. "Mr. Paston," said Jerry miserably, "this isn't Shark McManus. This isn't his gang." Edgar felt cold. He looked down at the boy's body lying on the concrete. The blood kept spreading, and there was no way to mop it up and return it to his veins. "I don't understand you. He was laughing. They were all laughing." "They come around here quite often," Jerry said. "They don't mean no harm. I know one or two of them. They come around to the store after meetings and buy candy." "Meetings?" said Edgar numbly. "What meetings?" "Boy Scout meetings, Mr. Paston. They're Boy Scouts." Edgar stared down at the body. "Boy Scouts," he whispered. "Well, what I mean, Boy Scouts?" He was still standing by the body when the black and white police car came howling into the car park, lights flashing, and squealed to a stop beside them. The doors opened, and Officers Trent and Marowitz came briskly across the concrete. They looked down at the body. Marowitz said briskly, "Is he dead? Has anyone checked?" Edgar said, "He's dead all right. I got him in the head." He lifted his pistol and handed it silently to Officer Marowitz. "It appears he's a Boy Scout," explained Edgar. "I thought he was a vandal, and I shot him by mistake." Officer Marowitz looked hard at Edgar for a moment, then at the boy's body. "You shot and killed a Boy Scout by mistake?" "That's what I said." "In that case," said Officer Marowitz with a humorless grin, "I had better advise you of your rights. You're under arrest, Mr. Paston, for suspected homicide." "Yes," said Edgar. He stepped around the body and walked towards the police car of his own accord. Book 2. 1. They had been driving for 10 minutes when Adelaide, in the back of the car, said, "Look." Dr. Petrie had already seen the first distant flickers in his rearview mirror, but they could have been anything. A burning car or an isolated house on fire. Now, when he slowed the Torino and turned around in his seat, he could see that the whole southern horizon was growing red with flame, and that the city of Miami was ablaze from stem to stem, like a gigantic ocean liner burning on a rippling ocean of sparks. Miami, whispered Mr. Henschel, sitting next to Dr. Petrie, his rifle in his lap. That's the whole damn city of Miami. Do you think they did it on purpose? Adelaide said. Dr. Petrie speeded up, heading north on nothing but marker lights. I guess they might have done, he said. More likely it was looters and arsonists and untended fires. They were all very tired. It was well past 1 o'clock, and the night was into its weariest and longest hours. Prickles was still fast asleep in Mrs. Henschel's arms, but the rest of them were too tense and too worried to rest. I suppose you realize we might have taken the plague with us, remarked Adelaide. I mean, for all we know, one of us might be infected. Dr. Petrie nodded, his face illuminated green from the dials on the instrument panel. That's possible, but I think it's unlikely. I've been exposed to the plague more than any of you, and I haven't caught it. Maybe I'm just immune. From what we've seen of the plague so far, it strikes very quickly. If we haven't had it yet, I don't think we're going to get it now. Please, God, muttered Mr. Henschel. Yes, said Dr. Petrie, please, God. They drove in silence for a while. It was early Wednesday morning, before the news of the plague had officially been released by the news media, and all their car radio could tell them was that Spanish or swine flu was still causing some fatalities in Miami and southern Florida. When the radio said that, Dr. Petrie looked up from his mirror. He saw the huge columns of fire that distantly leapt and roared from the hotels along Miami Beach, and wondered, not for the first time in his life, how politicians and newsmen could possibly get away with what they did and said. He was still pondering on this when Mr. Henschel pointed up ahead. I see the lights, he said tensely. Looks like there's a roadblock up there. Dr. Petrie slowed down and they all peered anxiously into the night. Half a mile up the road, they saw the bright glow of spotlights and a cluster of cars and trucks. Where is this? Asked Adelaide. Looks like Hellendale, said Dr. Petrie. They must have pulled the roadblocks back a bit. What are you going to do? Said Mr. Henschel. If they stop you now, you're finished. They won't let you past. By now they had almost reached the roadblock. It was the National Guard, and they had obstructed the highway with trucks and signs. As they approached in their car, a guardsman in combat fatigue stepped forward with his hand raised. Dr. Petrie slowed down and stopped. The guardsman stayed well away from them. He was carrying a submachine gun, and he obviously intended to use it if life got a little difficult. He was only about 19 or 20 years old, and his thin face was shadowed by his heavy helmet. Sorry, folks, he called out. You'll have to turn back. Dr. Petrie said, I'm a doctor. I have ID. All these people are clear of disease. The guardsman shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. We have orders not to let anyone through under any circumstances. But I'm a doctor, persisted Dr. Petrie. He held out his identity papers and waved them. I have to get through on urgent business. The National Guardsman stepped forward a couple of paces and peered at the papers. Then he stepped back again and said, Just hold on a moment. I'll get some confirmation. They waited for more than 5 minutes before the young guardsman came back with an officer. The officer was a tough, grizzle-haired veteran who was obviously enjoying his newfound responsibilities. Hi, called Dr. Petrie. My name's Dr. Leonard Petrie. The officer took a look at their car and walked around it, then said, My apologies, doctor, but you'll have to go back. Back where? The whole of Miami's on fire. I don't know where, doctor, but I'm afraid that's the order. You have to turn back. Dr. Petrie paused for a while. He looked at the officer and the guardsman, standing 20 feet away on the spotlit highway, and then he turned and looked at Mr. Henschel. David, he said, using his neighbor's Christian name for the first time ever. You think he can take the boy? Quick? Asked Mr. Henschel, almost without moving his lips. Dr. Petrie nodded. I'll turn and drive around them. Take the boy first because he's got the most firepower, then the officer. Quite casually, Mr. Henschel chambered around and pushed the bolt of his rifle forward. Ready when you are, he said. Dr. Petrie leaned out of the car window. We're just leaving, he said to the guardsman. We've decided to turn back. Adelaide whispered, "Leonard, please don't kill them. Look at him. He's only a boy." Dr. Petrie turned and looked at her. "Adelaide, we have to. If we don't, we're all washed up. There's no other way of getting through. Now just sit still and keep your head down." Dr. Petrie released the handbrake and slowly turned the Gran Torino around. As he did so, Mr. Henschel lifted his rifle and rested it across Dr. Petrie's shoulders, aiming out of the driver's window towards the two National Guardsmen. "Now," said Dr. Petrie quietly, as he swung the car around in a tight curve. "You're off balance. Now." As the car screeched around them, the guardsmen turned to follow its progress, and as it curved behind them, they were momentarily left unprotected, with their weapons pointing the opposite way. Mr. Henschel squeezed off one shot, then another, then another. Dr. Petrie felt the rifle jolt against his shoulders, and one of the spent cartridges rolled into his lap. He kept the car turning in a circle, faster and faster, and as the two guardsmen crumpled in the ground, he forced his foot down on the gas and steered the Torino straight for the wooden bar that obstructed the road. With a heavy hang, the car toppled the barrier and skidded off northwards into the night. They heard 4 or 5 isolated shots being fired in that direction, but after a few minutes there was nothing but the sound of the car and the wind that rushed past the open windows. "Guess they're pretty thin on the ground," said Mr. Henschel. "Otherwise they'd have chased us something rotten." Dr. Petrie wiped his sweating forehead against his sleeve. "Nice shooting, David. I think you got us all out of trouble there." Adelaide said, her voice quivering, "We may be forced to do it, Leonard, but we don't have to call it nice." Dr. Petrie didn't answer for a while. Then he said, "I'm sorry, Adelaide, but I think we must all be quite clear what we're up against. Until we get clear of the quarantine area, we're going to be treated like diseased rats. Their orders are quite explicit. Don't let anyone through, and if anyone tries to get through, kill them." "What do you mean?" Adelaide asked. Dr. Petrie glanced around. "I mean quite simply that if we want to survive, we're going to have to behave the way they're behaving. We have to be vicious, and we have to be quick. Don't worry, they won't have the slightest compunction about shooting us." Mr. Henschel was reloading his rifle. "You're right, Leonard. It's them or us, and I don't care what anyone says. I don't want it to be them, if that's the odds." Shooting had woken up Prickles. He started to cry for her mother. They drove in painful silence for a while until Mrs. Henschel calmed her down. "Mommy's gone for a little vacation," she murmured soothingly. "But look, Daddy's here. Daddy's going to look after you now." Adelaide said, "Oh, God. If anyone had told me last week that this was going to happen, I wouldn't have believed them. God is like a nightmare." Leonard remained silent. It was one thing to explain to the others the need for crude survival. It was quite another to have to actually carry it out, to coldly be prepared to kill. They were approaching the outskirts of Fort Lauderdale, and so far they had seen no other traffic and no sign of National Guardsmen. Dr. Petrie, with nothing but marker lights to steer by, had to strain his eyes into the darkness to see if there were any obstructions on the road, and his head was beginning to pound. Adelaide passed him a can of warm Coke from the back seat, and he swigged it as he drove. The power supply was out at Fort Lauderdale, too. The town was dark and deserted. Abandoned and burned-out cars were strewn all over the streets, and here and there they could make out huddled bodies lying on the sidewalks and in store entrances. A few dim and flickering lights still burned in private houses and hotel rooms, like the lamps of cave dwellers in a primitive and hostile age. But the town was overwhelmingly silent, and from as far away as Route 1, they could hear the sound of the Atlantic surf. Not far from the beach, they saw a large building on fire, with dim gray smoke rising into the velvety night sky. Mr. Henschel guessed it was the Holiday Inn Oceanside. There were no sirens, no fire tenders, and no one seemed to be attempting to put the blaze out. Like travelers through a strange dream, They drove up North Atlantic Boulevard, close to the ocean. Through the darkness, they could see the white breakers of the polluted sea. They were all exhausted, and they said very little. Prickles had gone back to sleep and was snoring slightly. Mrs. Henschel said it sounded as if she had a cold. "Just so long as she didn't catch plague from Margaret," said Adelaide. "That would be great, wouldn't it? Margaret getting her revenge from beyond the grave." "Adelaide," said Dr. Petrie coldly. "She's dead, and that's that." Adelaide was silent for a while. Then she said, "Okay, I'm sorry." Just before dawn, they stopped the car by the side of Route 1 near Palm Bay. They laid out blankets on the ground underneath a scrubby grove of palm trees and slept. As Dr. Petrie lay there, feeling the hard stones of dry soil under his blanket, he heard insects chirp and the occasional swish of a passing car. The plague had left many survivors, but those who had somehow managed to avoid infection were trying to get out of Florida as fast as they could. What none of them yet knew was that plague was breaking out all along the coast of Georgia and the Carolinas as tides and currents washed a thick black ooze of raw sewage onto the beaches. He had 2 hours of restless dozing, filled with weird and terrifying dreams. The sky was light when he opened his eyes. Mr. and Mrs. Henschel, Adelaide, and Pickles were all still asleep. Dr. Petrie lifted himself on one elbow, rubbing his aching eyes, and looked around. They had company. Beside the car were 2 unshaven National Guardsmen in uniform and helmets, their eyes hidden behind mirror sunglasses. They were both carrying automatic weapons, and neither looked in the mood for friendly banter. "How do?" said one of them laconically. He was chewing gum in ceaseless circles. Dr. Petrie nudged Adelaide, who was lying snuggled up against him. She stirred and opened her eyes. The guardsman stepped forward and looked around their makeshift encampment. "You folks traveling north?" Dr. Petrie didn't answer. Mr. and Mrs. Henschel had woken up now, and they blinked across him in silent bewilderment. "It's kind of inadvisable, traveling north," said the guardsman, pacing around them. "Is there a regulation against it?" asked Dr. Petrie. The guardsman chewed gum for a while. "Nope," he said eventually. "I don't reckon there's no regulation against it. But it's inadvisable." "Yep, that's the word, inadvisable." "Well, what do you advise us to do instead?" The man shrugged. "It ain't up to me to advise you to do nothing. What you do is entirely your decision." "Is this your car?" "It belongs to a friend." "You able to prove that?" "I don't think so. He's dead. He died of the plague 2 days ago." The guardsman walked slowly back to where his friend was standing. "Any of you folks sick or infected?" "I don't believe so." "How about that little girl? She don't look too bright." "She has a cold, that's all. A summer cold." "Is that right? Well, I'm a doctor. I should know." "Oh, you're a doctor, huh? How come you ain't helping out someplace instead of sleeping rough?" Dr. Petrie said, "I was helping in a hospital in Miami. Last night it was burned to the ground, along with the rest of the city. There isn't much I can do there now." The men were not interested. "Nope," said the one with the gum. "I guess there ain't." There was a long, awkward silence. Mr. Henschel eventually asked, "Are you going to let us leave, or do we have to stay here all day?" "You can leave if you like," said the guardsman. "But you don't recommend northwards?" "Nope." "Are the highways blocked off? Is that what's happening?" Both men nodded. "The entire state of Florida is in quarantine, friend. You can drive north if you feel like wasting your time, and I can tell you here and now, there ain't nobody gets through the state line alive or dead." "That must include you," said Dr. Petrie. The guardsman shook his head. "No way, doctor. Every National Guardsman has been immunized." Dr. Petrie frowned. "Immunized? What do you mean?" The guardsman mimed a syringe being squeezed into his arm. "The jab. 98% effective," the doc said. Dr. Petrie looked across at Adelaide, and she raised her eyebrows. "I don't quite know how to say this," Dr. Petrie said to the National Guardsman. "You don't quite know how to say what?" "Well, whatever they've injected you with, it's useless. There is no way of immunizing yourself against this plague." The guardsman placidly chewed gum and said nothing. "Have you tried to get back across the state line yet?" asked Dr. Petrie. "Nope. This is our first turn of duty." Dr. Petrie stood up and brushed down his clothes. "Well, I'm sorry to say it's going to be your last turn of duty as well. There is absolutely no way that you can be protected against this disease. We know it's a type of pneumonic plague, but we don't know how it's transmitted, and we don't have the remotest idea how to cure it." "Are you pulling my leg?" said the guardsman, frowning. "I wish I was. I think you've been conned. They needed someone to keep law and order around here, to stop things going completely berserk. And so they let you think that you were immune. You're not, and that's all there is to it." "He's joshing," said the other National Guardsman. "Don't you take no mind of him, Cal, because he's sure as hell joshing." "Well, I can show you my medical papers." He reached into his back pants pocket and took out his ID. He held it up and waved it. "Don't you take one step nearer," said the National Guardsman, raising his automatic weapon. Even afterwards, Dr. Petrie couldn't work out what happened next. It was too quick, too illogical, and too spontaneous. He didn't see Dr. Henschel go for his rifle, but he guessed that was what happened. The guardsman suddenly swung round and fired a deafening burst of automatic fire towards the trees, and Mr. Henschel said, "Ah!" and fell to the hard ground with a heavy thud like a sack of flour. 2 or 3 bullets caught Mrs. Henschel, and she rolled over, screaming. Dr. Petrie, instinctively trying to protect Prickles, ducked forward and wrestled the machine gun from the guardsman's hands. The other guardsman lifted his gun, but Dr. Petrie caught the first soldier around the neck and pulled him up against himself as a human shield. He waved the automatic rifle in the other guardsman's direction and snapped, "Drop it! Drop it and put up your hands!" The man hesitated, and then slowly laid his weapon down on the ground. Mrs. Henschel was moaning loudly, while Adelaide bent over her, trying to see if she could help. Prickles stood by herself, still in her red dressing gown, and howled. "Turn around!" Dr. Petrie shouted hoarsely. "Put your hands on your head!" The guardsman did as he was told. Then Dr. Petrie pushed the first guardsman away from him and ordered him to do the same. The two of them stood side by side in the road, their hands on top of their heads, and Dr. Petrie stepped forward and picked up the other automatic weapon. "Now," Dr. Petrie said, "if you don't help me, I'm going to blow your heads off. Where's your first aid kit?" One of the guardsmen said, "I've got one right here, in my pack." Put your hand in your pack slowly. Lift the kit out in plain view and lay it on the ground. The man did as he was told. Dr. Petrie went across and picked it up, keeping the machine gun trained carefully on his captives. Then he backed up and knelt down beside Mrs. Henschel. He handed the gun to Adelaide and told her to shoot without hesitation if either guardsman moved. Mrs. Henschel was bad. One bullet had hit her in the chest and pierced her left lung. Every time she breathed, bloody bubbles trickled from her dress. Another bullet had hit her in the ear, and the side of her head was sticky with gore. The pain was by now so intense that the poor woman had passed out. Working as quickly as he could, he dabbed the wounds reasonably clean and bandaged them with lint. Prickles was standing close by, watching her father, quiet and red-eyed. She said, "Is Mrs. Henschel dead, Daddy?" Dr. Petrie tried to smile. "No, honey. Mrs. Henschel just hurt herself. Don't you worry. She's going to be fine." Prickles pointed to Mr. Henschel, curled up in a stain of blood. "What about him? Is he going to be fine?" Dr. Petrie sighed heavily and said, "Mr. Henschel's gone to heaven, I'm afraid. He's dead." "Will he come back?" the child demanded. Dr. Petrie stood up and took the gun back from Adelaide. It ruffled Prickle's hair. "No, baby, he won't come back. But wherever he's gone, I'm sure he's going to be real happy." "Is he an angel now, with wings?" Adelaide looked at Leonard with sad eyes. He answered, "Yes, I expect so, with wings." They cleared up their blankets and their few belongings and stowed them in the car. While Dr. Petrie kept the guardsmen covered, Adelaide dressed Pickles in a short blue dress and sandals. She herself changed into a white t-shirt and jeans and unpacked a green plaid shirt and white slacks for Dr. Petrie. When they were ready to leave, Dr. Petrie went over to Mrs. Henschel. She was conscious again, and she was groaning under her breath. He knelt down beside her and laid a hand on her forehead. "How do you feel?" he asked her. "Bad," she croaked. "Real bad." "You think you can travel?" She coughed up blood and tried to shake her head. "Just leave us be," she said hoarsely. "You go on and leave us be." "Mrs. Henschel, we have to get you to hospital, if there are any hospitals left." She groaned and shook her head again. "Just leave us. David'll look after me, won't you, Dave?" Dr. Petrie bit his lip and looked across at David Henschel's body. "Mrs. Henschel," he said gently, "I can't leave you here to die." She coughed more blood. "Die?" she said. "Who said anything about dying?" "You have to realize that you need attention. Dave, doesn't she need attention?" He paused, and then he said, "There. Dave says you need attention too." Mrs. Henschel opened her eyes. "Let me see him," she said. "Are you there, Dave? Are you there?" She tried to raise herself, but then she started coughing until the blood was splattering the hard ground in front of her. "I don't feel so good," she said. "Just give me a minute." She lay back, and they waited. The breeze rustled the grove of palms, and the National Guardsmen shuffled their feet uncomfortably on the roadside. The sky was clear blue, and if it hadn't been for the silence and the strange absence of traffic, you would have thought it was a day just like any other. Later, Dr. Petrie remembered that moment more clearly than almost all others, waiting by the roadside near Palm Bay for Mrs. Henschel to die. She went without a sound, sliding easily into death. Dr. Petrie thought she was sleeping at first. Then he saw that she had stopped breathing, and that her right hand was slowly opening like a white flower with crumpled petals. He stood up and walked around to face the National Guardsman, pointing his gun straight at them. He was scruffy and unshaven, with dark rings under his eyes, and his clothes still had the creases of the suitcase on them. His hair was ruffled in the morning breeze. "I ought to kill you," he told the men. "I ought to waste you here and now." The one who was chewing gum looked up. "Yes, that's your privilege," he said, "seeing as you've got the gun." Dr. Petrie cocked the weapon and raised the barrel. For a moment, he was almost tempted to shoot them, but the moment didn't last long. His angry bitterness of the previous night had faded with the sun, and he was beginning to see that they were all, soldiers included, tangled up in a situation they could neither control nor understand. "Just for safety," he said, "I want you to walk down the road a couple of 100 yards, then we're going to drive off." The other guardsman said, "What about our guns? We ain't going to last long without our guns. Can't you leave them behind?" Dr. Petrie shrugged. "You're not going to last long anyway. What I said about those immunization jabs was true. Now start walking." He told Adelaide and Prickles to get into the car. He tossed the automatic weapons on the back seat and climbed in himself. He started the engine, and they moved off northwards up Route 1, leaving the two guardsmen standing in the road, watching them go. The day was hot and clear. There were one or two other cars on the road. They kept away from each other, staring suspiciously from their tightly closed windows. Just outside Melbourne, there were a few hitchhikers trying disconsolately to pick up lifts, but there were too many bodies lying around the sidewalks and verges to suggest that anyone around there might have escaped infection. It only took one drop of spittle, one breath, past the plague on, and Dr. Petrie wasn't prepared to risk the lives of those he loved talking to anyone if he could avoid it. In the center of Melbourne itself, the police and the National Guard had set up another roadblock. He drove cautiously up to it and stopped. A heavy-built cop walked up to the car and said, "Sorry, sir, you're going to have to turn around." Dr. Petrie nodded. There was nothing else he could do. There were 7 or 8 cops and guardsmen surrounding the barricade, and there was no hope at all of forcing a way through there alive. He backed the Gran Torino up, turned it around, and drove southwards again. They were hungry and thirsty, and the day was growing hotter. The car's air condition was faltering, and the interior was becoming unbearably stuffy. Prickles, lying in Adelaide's arms, looked flushed and sweaty. Dr. Petrie checked her pulse regularly as he drove. It was probably nothing more than a cold or flu, but he couldn't be sure. Her lips were dry, and she was finding it more and more difficult to breathe. There was no sign of the 2 National Guardsmen as they drove back past Palm Bay. Not far from the grove of trees where they had spent the early hours of the morning. Dr. Petrie took a right turn inland and drove down the dusty, deserted road until he reached Interstate 95. Then he turned north again until he crossed Highway 192 and turned even further inland towards St. Cloud and Lake Tahopekalica. This time, he came across no roadblocks and no troops, but there were signs of the plague everywhere. Bodies lay by the road, smothered in flies, and cars and trucks were abandoned at every junction and lay-by. Around lunchtime, they found a deserted McDonald's. Dr. Petrie parked outside and left Adelaide and Prickles in the car while he scouted around with his automatic weapon. There were 2 bodies in the yard at the back, both crawling with flies, but apart from that, the place was empty. They went inside and sat down. Petrie lifted the counter and went in search of baked beans, milk, cheese, and soft drinks. "The ice cream's melted," he said, "but if you don't mind drinking it, you're welcome." Prickles was still hot, but she managed to eat a few cold baked beans and drink some milk. Dr. Petrie ate quickly and hungrily, keeping his eyes on the empty highway and the surrounding buildings. "Well," he said after a while, wiping his mouth, "not exactly the starlight roof, but it's nutritious." Adelaide gave a tight, humorless smile. "Anything wrong? You don't look too happy." She waved until she had finished her mouthful of cheese. "Not if you must know." "Why not?" "Come on, Adelaide, we've had a hard time of it, but there's no reason to give up. If we stick together, we'll get out of this okay. Don't you worry." "Well," she said, casting her eyes down, "I don't think so." Dr. Petrie stared at her. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I don't understand." She looked up. "You might as well know," she told him. "I think that Prickles has the plague. I think we're going to have to leave her behind." Prickles blinked listlessly. Her face was crimson with heat and fever, and she was obviously sick. Dr. Petrie burst out, "Well, that's impossible. You don't know what you're suggesting." Adelaide reached out and held his wrist. "Leonard," she said, "I know it sounds harsh, but it's a question of survival. Like you said before, my survival and your survival. If Prickles has the plague, we could all die. At least if we find some way of making her comfortable and leaving her behind, then we could live." "That's crazy," he said. "You're out of your mind. Prickles is my daughter." "Yours and Margaret's daughter." He leaned forward. "Is that it? Is that why you want me to leave her behind? Because she's Margaret's daughter? Oh, Leonard, I didn't mean that. I just mean that if we really have to be fierce, the way you said, then we have to be completely fierce with ourselves as well as with other people. Dr. Petrie didn't know what to say. He stroked Prickle's sticky little forehead and gave her another spoonful of baked beans. Leonard, insisted Adelaide, I don't want to see you die, and I don't want to die myself. Dr. Petrie said slowly, If you had plague, honey, I wouldn't leave you behind. I won't leave Prickles behind either. Adelaide sighed and tapped her fingernails on the Formica tabletop. In that case, I'm going alone. I'm sorry, Leonard. I love you, but I love life better than lost causes. Dr. Petrie wiped his forehead with the back of his wrist. I can't stop you, he said hoarsely. I love you too, as a matter of fact. But you love Prickles more? He looked at her. He said, Don't try and measure my love, Adelaide. It won't work. I told you I love you, and you should know how much. If you want to leave, I won't stand in your way. But I can't say I'm glad to see you go. Just be realistic, that's all. Prickles is a 6-year-old girl, and she's my daughter, and no father worthy of the name would leave her to die on her own. Prickles looked from Adelaide to Dr. Petrie and back again. Am I going to die too? She asked. Dr. Petrie put his arm around her. Of course not, honey. We're just talking stupid. I don't think we are, said Adelaide. Listen, Leonard, I'm not cold-hearted and I'm not a bitch. But I beg you, Leonard, I love you. I don't know what else I can say. I love you, and I want to see you live. Will I be an angel? Said Prickles. No, baby, you won't, Leonard Petrie said. He stood up and collected his automatic weapons. Adelaide stayed where she was, picking at the few remnants of cheese and pickle on her plate. You're welcome to come along, he said softly. I don't seriously think that Prickles has the plague, and I would like to have you with us. Adelaide pouted. You wouldn't think she had it, would you? You're her dear, devoted daddy. Dr. Petrie didn't answer. He took Prickles by the hand and led her outside to the car. It was past noon now, and the heat rippled off the concrete car park in heavy waves. They climbed into the car, and Dr. Petrie started the engine. Adelaide stayed where she was, sitting inside the plate glass window of McDonald's, her face hidden from view. He waited, engine turning over, for 5 minutes. Adelaide stayed at the table, not moving. Prickles said, Isn't Adelaide coming, Daddy? Dr. Petrie wiped the sweat from his face. No, he told her. I guess not. He released the brake and moved off across the car park and up to the highway. He slowed down and took one last look in the mirror. Adelaide was still inside the hamburger bar, head bent, not even looking their way. He licked his lips, turned onto the highway, and put his foot down on the gas. They passed Walt Disney World. It was silent and dead, a fairy tale land that had been stricken by pestilence. The two of them, father and child, wandered around it for almost 20 minutes, looking at the turrets and towers and silent streets. A warm breeze blew from the west, making flags flutter and waste paper dance across the empty sidewalks. Most grotesque and incongruous of all, a man in a Mickey Mouse head lay dead on the ground, still smiling cheerfully, still bright-eyed and round-eared and happy. Why is Mickey Mouse lying down? Pickles demanded. He took her back to the car. Adelaide spent nearly an hour preparing herself for her solitary escape from Florida. Around the back of McDonald's, she found an abandoned Delta 88 with the key still in it and a tank full of gas. She drove it around to the front, opened the trunk, and packed it with cans of Franks and beans. She also took a couple of McDonald's coveralls she found hanging in a closet in case she needed a change of clothes. She was almost ready to leave when she lifted her head and listened. At first, she couldn't be sure, but then the distant sound became increasingly more raucous and distinct. Half muffled by the wind, it was the faint ripsaw noise of approaching motorcycles. Hurriedly, she packed away the last of her provisions. The motorcycle noise grew louder and louder, and soon it was clear that there were 5 or 6 of them, and they were traveling fast. She climbed into the car and turned the key. The starter whinnied, but the motor wouldn't fire. She kept trying, jamming her foot down on the gas pedal, turning the key until at last the starter motor moaned in protest. The rippling sound of the bikes was so near now that she could hear it even with the car windows closed. Sweat was streaming down her face. Until the motor started, the car's air conditioning wouldn't work. She was sitting in a 90-degree Turkish bath with PVC seats. The first of the motorcycles came roaring around the curve in the road. It was a massive chopper with extended forks, and it was ridden by a muscular Hell's Angel with dark glasses, wild hair, and a metal-studded jacket. Adelaide opened the car door, jumped quickly out, and made a run for McDonald's. The Hell's Angel swung his bike around the car park in a wide, bellowing circle, followed by 4 others in formation. Adelaide pushed her way through the front door of the hamburger bar and tried to shut it. The catch was broken. Desperately, whimpering under her breath, she tried to slide a heavy table across the restaurant and block the doorway. Outside, the Hell's Angels parked their cycles, switched off their engines, and casually dismounted. They peeled off their jackets, took off their helmets, and then started to walk slowly towards the hamburger bar. Adelaide tippy-toed hurriedly to the other end of the kitchen and tried the restaurant's back door. It was open. She tugged it ajar and looked out. She saw the bodies that Dr. Petrie had seen, smothered in flies, but apart from that, the backyard looked clear. Behind her, she heard the front door of the restaurant bang open. Holding her breath, she stepped into the backyard and softly closed the door behind her. Then she crossed the yard as quickly as she could and went through the gate into the car park at the rear of the buildings. She looked left and right, but there was no one around. She was just about to circle around the back and see if she could find another car when one of the Hell's Angels, a tall, bearded blonde in nothing but filthy jeans and motorcycle boots, hung with chains, came running around the corner in front of her. Adelaide's heart bumped. She turned around and started to run away, her hair flying behind her along the length of the strip's backyard. She was almost at the end, and just about to turn the corner when another Hell's Angel emerged in front of her. Ginger-haired, muscular, in a sweat-stained purple t-shirt, she turned and tried to run across the car park towards the back of some distant houses. Her vision jolted as she ran. Glaring sunlight, concrete, abandoned cars. And behind her, the heavy loping of 2 silent men and the chink-chunk of their chains and their boots. She saw faraway palms and white, peaceful-looking homes. It was the blonde who caught her. For a split second, she could hear him panting up beside her, and then his hard hand snatched her shoulder, and she tripped and fell sideways onto the hot concrete. He grabbed her arms, dragged her onto her feet, and held her tight. They stared at each other, sweating and panting. When the blonde had caught his breath, he licked his lips and said, "Oats at last, Trumbo. Real good oats at last. What's your name, honey?" Adelaide didn't answer. Her lungs felt scorched from running, and her arm was stinging where she had fallen. "Silent type, huh?" he said. "Well, don't you worry, because that's the way we like 'em. Ain't that correct, Trumbo?" The ginger-haired Trumbo still gasping for breath, nodded and grunted in agreement. He started to walk her back to McDonald's. The other three angels were waiting for them at the back gate, shading their eyes against the harsh sunlight. Adelaide's legs went mechanically one in front of the other. The Hells Angels leader applauded Adelaide as his two cohorts brought her in. "Nice piece of meat there, gentlemen. I couldn't have picked it better myself." He came forward and inspected her appreciatively. "You got a name?" he said mildly. "Adelaide." "That's pretty. And the captain. That's Trumbo there. And the gentleman holding your arm is Fritz. These others are Oki and Sabarbaro. We're kind of a team, if you understand what I mean." Adelaide didn't answer. The captain said, "I hope you don't think we're imposing or nothing. I mean, we'd hate to cause you any kind of inconvenience." Adelaide looked at him. She tried to speak boldly, but she felt terrified. "Will you let me go, please?" she said in a high voice. "Let you go?" the captain said, frowning. "Do you think that's a very good idea?" "I would like to go," said Adelaide quietly, "if you don't mind." The captain shook his head like a worried welfare officer. "It ain't as easy as all that," he said thoughtfully. "You see, this disease business, well, it's really changed the way things are, because the cops have had to help out with the sick people. Well, they've all caught this disease business themselves, and now there ain't too many cops left. That means that folks like us who didn't have to help out, well, we're left alive. We're left in charge." "I just want to go," Adelaide repeated. She started to cry. The captain gently laid his hand on her shoulder. "Oh, please don't upset yourself," he said. "We're going to let you go, all right, but you must realize that we want you to exercise your rights." One of the angels started giggling. The captain glared at him with mock disapproval. "Everyone has rights, my dear," went on the captain in a soothing voice. "You have the right to say that, yes, you would like to entertain us gentlemen, or that, no, you wouldn't like to." Adelaide felt tears sliding down her cheeks. What's supposed to happen if I don't?" The captain stared. "Well, the question don't never arise. They all says yes." Adelaide stopped weeping and looked at him. A long, silent moment passed them by, and miles away they heard the sporadic crackle of rifles. Finally, she said, "I don't care what they all say. I say no." The captain nodded equably. "Okay, then," he said. "If that's what you want, it's your privilege." He snapped his fingers, and it all happened with the well-rehearsed speed and proficient brutality of long practice. Trumbo and the Norseman marched her into the restaurant again, through the kitchen, and pushed her against the wall of the hamburger bar. She stood there, wild-eyed and panting. Then the captain stepped forward very close and grasped the top of her white t-shirt. She could see the necklace of sweat along his upper lip and smell his heavy ox-like odor. His hands were hard and powerful, with big death's head rings on the middle fingers. "Last word?" he said gently. Adelaide closed her eyes. It was going to happen, one way or another, and neither yes nor no were going to make any difference. The captain said, "Okay," and ripped her t-shirt apart with 3 savage tucks, baring her breasts. She tried to protect herself with her hands, but he forced them away and roughly pulled and squeezed her breasts and nipples. "Oh, God," she begged him, "please don't, please don't." He seized the top of her jeans and tore them open. She tried to twist away from him, but Oki and Trumbo took hold of her arms and pinned her against the formica wall while the captain jerked them down. When she was completely naked, he stood around and touched her and grinned. All she could do was stare at them and whimper. It wasn't even worth screaming. She was alone with these animals in a world where no one could hear her, no one could protect her, and no one cared. The captain casually unzippered his jeans and prized his penis out. It was stiff and swollen, and he held it in his hands in front of her. "Are you ready for the captain's special?" he asked her, softly. They pushed her face down onto one of the tables. Her breasts were pressed against the sticky formica, and her legs were held wide apart. She stared at the floor, at the mosaic pattern of red and white, and tried to detach her mind from what was happening and think about something else altogether, like her childhood in Maine or her mother's kindly face. He forced himself into her. He seemed enormous, and it hurt so much that she bit her tongue. His hard hands were gripping her thighs, pulling her onto him, and she couldn't do anything but twist and turn and keep her teeth tightly clenched together. They all raped her, one after the other, and it took an hour and a half. After an hour, they didn't even have to hold her down, because she lay there gripping the tabletop of her own accord, dulled to everything that they were doing to her. She didn't even hear them leave when it was all over, and she lay on the table until it began to grow dark, her body red and sore, her eyes swollen with unshed tears. One by one, the bikes started up and roared off northwestwards into the gathering night. A little after midnight, in the first few moments of Thursday morning, Dr. Petrie and Prickles crossed Suwannee River on 75, not 30 miles away from the Georgia state line. It was a black, cloudy night, like the suffocating inside of a soft velvet bag, and the Torino's air conditioning had packed up altogether. They drove with the windows open wide, feeling the damp night draft blowing in on their faces. They had no trouble with roadblocks or National Guard since they had left Disney World. Through Claremont, Gainesville, and Lake City, they had seen nothing but deserted houses, corpses covered in black flies, and burning cars. If anyone had been left alive in this part of Florida, they were long gone. Prickles was still pale and sweaty, but her pulse seemed to have normalized, and her breathing was easier too. Dr. Petrie was still determined that her condition was nothing more than summer flu. The hurt, if she died now, would be more than he could bear. He checked his rear-view mirror regularly to see if Adelaide might be following. Just outside Claremont, he had seen a bunch of bikers way behind. They had turned off west towards Groveland long before he had got a good look at them. He kept the National Guard automatic rifle propped up on the seat next to him, in case they were ambushed by looters or Hells Angels or even by police. But North Florida was more like a graveyard than a jungle. It took him 45 minutes, driving on marker lights alone, to reach the state line. He saw the floodlights before he saw anything else. 2 miles ahead, the highway was illuminated by batteries of powerful lamps, and the surrounding trees and brush were swept by searchlights and torches. It was the National Guard again, imposing their doomed quarantine on a dead state. He pulled the car over to the side of the road, switched off the engine, and rubbed his eyes. Crossing the state line was going to be a hell of a lot harder than he had expected. By now, he conjectured, all the National Guard contingents, which had been ordered to prevent a northward exodus of plague-carrying Floridians, must have been pulled back to the border. Florida, with only 24 major roads connecting it to the main body of continental America, was an easy limb to amputate. "Prickles," he whispered softly. "Try and get some sleep. I think we're going to have to wait until morning before we go any further." Prickles was almost asleep already, but he had been keeping her awake in case they ran into trouble. All the way from Lake City, he had been singing her nursery songs and half-remembered rhymes just to keep her alert. He was surprised how many he remembered. Prickles, sucking her thumb, said sleepily, Sing the song about the blanket lady. Dr. Petrie coughed. His mouth was dry and he felt exhausted. No, baby, that's enough for tonight. Please, Daddy. Dr. Petrie sighed. Then, in a hoarse, off-key voice, he began to sing. There was an old woman tossed up in a blanket, 17 times as high as the moon. Where she was going I could not but ask it, for in her hand she carried a broom. Old woman, old woman, old woman, quoth I, oh whither, oh whither, oh whither so high? To sweep the cobwebs from the sky, and I'll be with you by and by. Prickles smiled. Her eyelids dropped. In a few moments she was fast asleep, her breathing quiet and regular. As a last check, Dr. Petrie gently lifted her wrist and timed her pulse. It was normal. He closed the car windows, leaving only a small gap for ventilation, and settled down to get some rest himself. His neck muscles creaked with tiredness, and he felt unbearably cramped. But after 5 minutes of restless shifting around, his eyes began to close, and in 10 minutes he was asleep, his head bowed over the steering wheel like a man in prayer. He was awakened 4 hours later by a cool dawn breeze flowing into the car. He lifted his head and blinked. He felt as if his back was clamped in irons. One of his feet was completely numb. He looked across at Prickles, who was still soundly sleeping, and then he checked his surroundings in the gray first light of another day. They were closer to the state line than he had guessed, and he could see the barricades across the highway a mile or so in the distance. It was too hazy to see how many National Guardsmen there were around, but he guessed they'd be out in force. He climbed out of the car and stretched. Then he opened the trunk and took out some of their provisions, some Kraft cheese, a packet of crackers, and a can of orange juice. He looked pensively for a moment, some of Adelaide's tennis rackets and shoes strewn hurriedly in the back, but then he closed the trunk and pushed Adelaide out of his thoughts. He had spent the whole of yesterday afternoon worrying about her, and wondering if he ought to go back. There seemed to be something about the plague that was destroying normal values and normal sentimentality. Perhaps there was too much death around to think about love. Dr. Petrie nudged Prickles awake, and she yawned and shook her head like a small puppy. They sat in silence, sipping orange juice and eating crackers, and he looked at her, his daughter, and considered what kind of a world he had brought her into. In less than an hour, they were going to try and cross the state line, and that meant that both of them could be shot dead. Have you had enough? He asked her, as she finished her juice. I wish I had some toast, she said, looking at him seriously. He gave her a small grin. So do I, he told her. In fact, I'd do anything for a piece of toast. He packed everything away, brushed the crumbs from his crumpled slacks, and then walked along the highway, a short distance, to see if he could work out how to evade the quarantine barrier. He shaded his eyes against the early sun, but it was impossible to distinguish any signs of life around the National Guard trucks and jeeps and barbed wire. As far as he could make out, the best thing to do would be to leave the Torino where it was, and try to skirt around the barricade to the east on foot. Then they could pick up Route 41 and commandeer another car. It would take most of the morning, particularly at Prickles' pace, but it was better than trying to force their way through the barrier in a show of dangerous heroics. Even National Guardsmen shot straight sometimes. Dr. Petrie went back to the Torino, started it up, and drove it off the side of the highway into a sparse clump of palms. He slung his gun over his shoulder, quickly filled a bag with cans of orange juice and food, and knelt down beside the car to lace up Prickles' walking shoes. Do we have to walk? She asked plaintively. She was looking much better than yesterday, but she was still pale. I'm afraid so. You don't want to end up as an angel, do you? No, I don't like angels. Keeping to the side of the highway, they began to walk northwards, towards the state line. The clouds were gradually fading, and the day was growing hot. A tall man and a small girl side by side. Her feet crunched over the rough fill beside the road, and Dr. Petrie had to stop a couple of times to winkle stones out of Prickle's shoes. He was about to leave the highway and strike off northeast when he heard the distant sound of a car coming up behind them from the south. He turned and strained his eyes. The sun flashed off a windshield, and the noise came closer. He took Prickle's hand and pulled her, as fast as he could, across the gravel and stones, and together they crouched down beside a stack of rusty oil drums that someone had left beside the road years ago. He put his finger across his lips to tell her to keep quiet. The car wasn't approaching very fast, but the driver obviously meant to go straight up to the state line barricade and try to get through. Dr. Petrie wanted to see what would happen, how many National Guardsmen would come out to stop it, and what kind of firepower they had. It was only when the car came near and had flashed past their hiding place that he realized who was driving. It was a dusty Delta 88, and behind the wheel was Adelaide. "Adelaide!" he shouted, and scrambled out from behind the oil drums, waving his arms. "Adelaide!" She neither heard nor saw him. She kept on driving towards the barricade, and as she approached it, he saw her red brake lights flare. She had pulled up right next to a National Guard truck and was waiting there. Dr. Petrie bit his lip, waiting anxiously. Minutes passed, and no National Guardsman emerged from the truck, nor from any of the makeshift command posts that had been set up around it. He saw Adelaide get out of the car and look around. 5 minutes went by, and he understood then what had happened. He walked quickly back to the oil drums and collected Prickles. Then, picking her up in his arms, he jogged as fast as he could back to the hidden Torino. He climbed in, started the car up, and swung back onto the highway in a cloud of white dust. He drove the mile up to the barricade and stopped. Adelaide was still standing there, looking around in a strangely dazed way, supporting herself against the side of her car. He got out and walked across to her. She turned. Her face was bruised, and her lips were swollen. Her hair was mussed up and filthy. She was dressed in nothing but a red coverall with McDonald's embroidered on the pocket. Her eyes stared at him as if she was having difficulty focusing. "Adelaide," he said quietly. He came nearer and held out his arms towards her. She kept on staring at him, like a stranger. "Adelaide, it's me, Leonard." She said nothing. "Adelaide, what's happened?" She lowered her eyes. Tears dropped down her cheeks and stained her red coveralls with damp. "Oh, Leonard," she choked. "Oh, Leonard, I'm sorry." He took her arm. She was shivering, in spite of the heat, and she couldn't seem to stop. "Sorry. Adelaide, what's happened to you? Who's made you like this?" "I'm sorry, Leonard," she wept. "Oh, Leonard, I'm so sorry." He said, "Adelaide." But then she clung to him and cried in great, desperate, agonized gasps. She tugged at his sleeves, at his wrists, and wound his shirt in her hands, shaking and trembling with anguish. He couldn't do anything else but hold her and soothe her, while Prickles sat in the car and watched them both with a concerned frown. The National Guardsmen were all very young, and they were all dead. The plague had touched them all during the night, and they lay where they had been infected by it, in their bunks, beside their truck, in their command posts. Dr. Petrie kept Adelaide and Prickles well away, while he checked over the barricade and its 20 corpses, and he wound a scarf around his own nose and mouth, in case he wasn't as resistant to plague as Anton Selmer had suggested. The whole place was buzzing with glistening flies and stank of diarrhea and death. Beside one young guardsman, he found an open wallet with a photograph of a smiling woman who must have been the boy's mother. But this was not a war. The mothers didn't wait at home, fondly smiling while their sons died on the battlefield. If the mother lived in Florida, she was probably dead too. Plague did not discriminate. When he had finished his cursory check of the command post, Dr. Petrie roughly kicked down the wood and barbed wire barricade. Then he went back to the Delta 88, which he had decided to drive in preference to the Torino. Its air conditioning worked, and it had nearly twice as much gas in its tank. He climbed in and started the engine. Adelaide tried to give him a small smile. "I guess it's no use posting guards against diseases," said Dr. Petrie. "Not this disease, anyway." "No," she replied. Prickles said, "Why do those men let flies walk on their faces?" Dr. Petrie looked around. "They're dead, honey. They're all dead. And because they're dead, they don't mind." "I won't let flies walk on my face, even when I'm dead." Dr. Petrie lowered his head. He said nothing. They drove into Georgia in the early hours of Thursday morning, and it was only then that they saw how rapidly the plague had spread. Leonard Petrie kept on 75 towards Atlanta, but even as they drove northwest, away from the polluted eastern shores, they saw suburbs where dead housewives lay on the sidewalks, towns where fires burned untended, abandoned cars and trucks, looted stores, blazing farmland, rotting bodies. Throughout the long hours of the morning, Adelaide sat silently, her head resting against the car window, saying nothing. Dr. Petrie didn't press her. He could guess what had happened, even if she hadn't told him. He had seen rape victims before and knew that what she needed now, more than anything, was reassurance. Dr. Petrie drove fast, and one by one they began to overtake other cars. Most of the stragglers were old family Chevys and Fords, stacked high with belongings. It was almost bizarre what people felt they desperately needed to keep, even to the extent of hampering their flight away from danger. Dr. Petrie saw a Rambler, groaning under the weight of an upright piano, and a new Cadillac, bearing with frayed ropes and great indignity a green-painted dog kennel. The plague survivors were heading north, heading west. They drove with their car windows closed tight, and they hardly looked at each other. Hail, tense faces in locked vehicles. As Dr. Petrie overtook more and more cars, the traffic became denser, and the jams became worse. At last, 20 or 30 miles outside of Atlanta, they were slowed down to a crawl, and way ahead of them, glittering in the fumy sunlight like an endless necklace that had been laid across the Georgia landscape, they saw a 6-lane jam that obviously stretched the whole distance into the city. "Oh, God," said Adelaide hoarsely. "What are we going to do?" Dr. Petrie stretched his aching back and shrugged. "There's nothing we can do. Maybe there's a turnoff someplace up ahead. We can try to make it across country." The jam was made even more hideous as drivers died from plague at the wheels of their cars. Dr. Petrie saw wives and children mouthing frantic appeals for help through the windows of their cars, but the vehicles were now locked so solidly together that no one could open a car door. Anyway, every family was keeping itself strictly quarantined inside its own cell, and no one would risk infecting himself by going to assist anyone else. It was the ultimate experience in American hostility, but perhaps it was also the ultimate experience in American togetherness, too, for the drivers and families who died inside their cars were not left behind or abandoned, but irresistibly pushed forward by the crushing metallic weight of the living refugees behind them. Adelaide slept for 2 hours, and when she woke up, she looked a little better. As they bumped and rolled gradually northwards, she made them a lunch of franks and canned mixed vegetables, and they drank Coke and orange juice. Police helicopters flackered noisily overhead, warning drivers who felt unwell to try and pull off the highway. There was no way they were going to be able to halt the exodus of plague survivors, and they didn't even try. Inside the chilled confines of their air-conditioning car, Dr. Petrie and Adelaide and Prickles were shunted northwards in a curious dream. Trees and road signs went past so slowly and gradually that they grew tired of looking at them, tired of reading them. As far as they could see ahead, there was nothing but a wide river of car rooftops wavering in the afternoon heat. Behind them, the same endless press. The convoy's progress was further hampered by cars that had broken down or run out of gas, and had no way of filling up again. Only the slow-boiling fear of plague kept the immense and agonized jam inching forward. Dr. Petrie saw an old Buick that had immovably seized up, being deliberately shunted off the highway by the cars around it. It overturned and rolled down a dusty embankment, with its family trapped inside it, and there was nothing anyone could do to help. They began to pick up radio broadcasts. They were faint and crackly at first, and it was plain that they were coming from a long distance. Adelaide identified them first. They were news programs from Washington, D.C., distorted and faded by the intervening peaks of the Appalachians. Eventually, though, they began to gain altitude, and as they did so, the radio bulletins became clearer. So far, there have been no reported outbreaks of disease any further north than Wildwood, on Cape May, New Jersey, but more than 70 miles of beaches on Long Island's South Shore were closed just before noon this morning because of sewage that has been washing ashore for the past week. Bathing has been prohibited from Long Beach, practically next door to the Rockaways and Queens, all the way east to the western edge of the Hamptons in Suffolk County. Inland, 2 cases of plague have been reported in Baltimore, and further south, the disease has taken a serious grip on Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and parts of Maryland. The president is remaining in Washington against the advice of his aides, but it is understood that he is strictly quarantined and that a helicopter waits on the White House lawn for possible evacuation measures. The Special Epidemic Commission, set up yesterday by the president at a moment's notice, had declared New York City a primary quarantine zone on account of the density of its population and the seriousness of a possible outbreak of plague there. Accordingly, all access to Manhattan Island will be filtered and controlled by paramedic teams, and if necessary, the entire island will be sealed off from outside contact. Dr. Petrie switched off. He wiggled his fingers to ease the cramp in them, and said, "It looks bad. Maybe we ought to head west. Once we're through Atlanta, we could head for Birmingham or Chattanooga." Adelaide said nothing. Dr. Petrie swore as the car behind them, a big bronze Mercury, nudged their Delta 88 in the rear bumper for the 20th time. Prickles, who had been dozing on the back seat, opened her eyes sleepily and said, "Is it time for Batman?" Dr. Petrie shook his head. "No Batman tonight, honey. We're still stuck in all these cars." Prickles stared out of the window, disappointed. "Can't we go home now?" she asked him. Dr. Petrie reached over and took her hand. "We can't go home for a long time, darling, but what we're going to do is find ourselves a new home. You and me and Adelaide. Isn't that right, Adelaide?" Adelaide turned and looked at him listlessly. "Whatever you say, Leonard." Prickles was satisfied by that answer, but Dr. Petrie wasn't. As Adelaide turned away again, he said, "Adelaide, love, it's not like you. Not like you at all." She kept her face away. Outside, the afternoon shadows were beginning to lengthen. "What's not like me?" she said, as if her mind were on something else altogether. "Agreeing with me, just like that. You normally refuse to do what I want, on principle." She stared at the floor of the car. "Well," she whispered, "things change, don't they?" "Like what?" "Sometimes you find that refusing doesn't make any real difference." He didn't try to touch her. That would come later. Right now, he was intent on getting her to say what had happened. Just explaining it would start the long, painful process of exorcism. "How did it happen?" he asked her, so softly that his words were scarcely louder than breathing. She raised her head. "Was it back at the restaurant? At McDonald's?" Slowly, she turned to stare at him. Her eyes were glistening with tears. "You know," she said, shaking her head. "How did you know?" "I'm a doctor, Adelaide. And more important, I'm a man who loves you and knows you well." The tears rolled freely down her cheeks now. She couldn't say any more, and right now she didn't need to. She leaned her head forward and rested it against Dr. Petrie's shoulder, and cried. Rickles looked at her with some interest and said, "Why is Adelaide crying, Daddy? Does she feel sick?" Dr. Petrie smiled. "No, darling, she doesn't. She doesn't feel sick. I hope she's feeling better." They saw the huge smudge of black smoke hanging over Atlanta before they saw the city itself. The evening was warm and still, and the smoke was suspended above in spectral stillness. Eventually, as the painful traffic jam edged nearer, they could make out the sparkle of fires in the city's downtown buildings, and they knew that Atlanta was destroyed. Dr. Petrie turned the radio dial to see if he could pick up any stray news bulletins, but all he could get was howling and static. "Maybe we could get off the main highway here and try the back roads," suggested Adelaide. "This is getting insane." Dr. Petrie said, "I'll try. It looks like there's a turnoff just up there on the left." Forcing their way across 2 solid lanes of blocked solid traffic was the worst part. It meant holding up other cars, and after a day of inching forward in heat and fumes and sickness, there weren't many drivers who had the patience or the inclination to let them past. Dr. Petrie rolled down his window and made a hand signal, and then just turned the wheel left and crunched into the car beside his. The driver, a fat redneck with a fat family to match, mouthed obscenities at him. The man didn't open his window, though. He was too frightened of catching the plague. The redneck gunned his engine and tried to force Dr. Petrie back into his own lane. There was a grinding of wheel hubs and fenders. "Let us through!" screamed Adelaide. "We only want to get through!" The man wouldn't budge. He sat stolidly in the driving seat, refusing to look in their direction. For 5 minutes, the 2 cars crawled along side by side, their fenders scraping and screeching. After a while, Dr. Petrie sighed impatiently and reached over for his automatic weapon. He lifted it up and took a bead through his open window at the redneck's head. Then he waited. The man who was making a point of ignoring him didn't see what was happening at first. Then his podgy wife nudged him, and he turned and saw the rifle's muzzle fixed on his cranium. He jammed on his brakes so quickly that the car behind shunted into the back of him. Dr. Petrie, steering wheel in one hand and rifle in the other, crossed the 2 lanes of traffic in a couple of minutes. Then he sped the Delta 88 up alongside the main highway in a cloud of white dust and took the small, rutted turnoff to the left. The car bounced and banged on its suspension, but soon they were clear of the traffic jam and driving up the side of a gradual incline into trees and scattering housing plots and fields. Below them, they now saw in the reddish light of the 7 o'clock sun, clouded in fumes and smoke, the endless glittering chain of the congested highway, and in the distance, 5 or 6 miles to the northwest, the immense shadow that drifted over Atlanta. They opened the car windows and there was a rubbery smell of burning mingled with the fresher smell of the evening woods. Dr. Petrie didn't know if the dirt track they were following led anywhere, but he was prepared to drive across fields and streams if he had to. The most urgent need was to head west and outstrip the plague. As far as he could make out, they were still well inside the infected area, and until they escaped it, they were still at high risk from National Guardsmen, looters, panicking drivers, and the bacillus itself. It wasn't long before he had to switch on the car's headlights. The sky was darkening into rich blue through the treetops, and moths were tapping softly against the car's windshield. Prickles was fast asleep in the back, covered with a plaid blanket, and Adelaide was beginning to settle down to doze. "Leonard," she said, "I was just wondering." "Hmm?" "It's about the plague. I was just wondering why you didn't catch it yourself." He shook his head. "I've been wondering that myself. I was exposed to so many plague patients down at the hospital. I've been tired and vulnerable, too, but I still haven't caught it, and neither have you." "Oh, with me, I think it's just luck," said Adelaide. "But you, I don't understand. Dr. Sommer didn't catch it either, did he? At least, not as far as we know. I mean, you both touched that boy who has it, didn't you? That boy you treated on Monday morning. Surely you would have caught it from him." Dr. Petrie shifted in his seat. The track was getting narrower now, and he was beginning to suspect it would turn out to be a dead end. Tree branches were scraping and flickering against the sides of the car, and he was having trouble making out which was track and which wasn't. "I thought about it over and over," he said. "First of all, I wondered if the boy had a mild strain of plague that acted as an antidote to the main strain. But then why did he die? And why did his parents die? And what about all the other people that Anton and I were looking after? Why didn't we pick up plague from them? The only possibility that seems to make any sense is that Anton and I both did something that immunized us. Some part of our work. Something to do with hospital or medical treatment. Made us safe. But don't ask me what it was because I couldn't guess." Adelaide said, "I couldn't guess either, but whatever it was or is, thank God for it." She reached over and touched his thigh. "Leonard," she said, "I do love you, you know." He didn't answer. "I know it doesn't seem like it sometimes, but I do." He turned briefly and smiled at her. "It does seem like it always. Now, why don't you get yourself some rest?" She kissed his cheek, and then released the switch on her reclining seat and lay back to sleep. Dr. Petrie decided to drive on as far as he reasonably could, and then snatch a couple of hours himself. The track was still just about visible, and he wanted to put as many miles between the plague and them as possible. As he drove, he thought some more about the curious question of his immunity from plague. It wasn't even an ordinary plague, but a fast incubating breed that attacked the human system with such speed and ferocity that even a serum would have to be administered within half an hour of infection to have any chance of saving a patient's life. Not that any kind of effective serum existed. So how and why had he and Dr. Sommer escaped it? Maybe if he understood that, he would understand how the whole epidemic could be slowed down and stopped, and that would be some medical coup. Was there another disease, which he and Dr. Sommer might have both had in innocuous forms, and whose bacilli might have resisted the bacilli of superplague? Was there any kind of airborne infection they might have picked up, or some airborne medication within the hospital? There had to be some common factor between Dr. Sommer and himself, which would provide a clue, but he needed more facts before he could form a workable theory. Outside, in the Georgia woods, it was now pitch dark. The insistent sawing of insects was loud and steady, and Dr. Petrie seemed to have driven way out from any kind of civilization. He didn't even know if he was going east or west anymore. He decided to stop for the night and sleep. He finally pulled the Delta 88 to a stop under a large sheltering tree. The car's engine and hood cooled down with a relieved ticking sound. He switched off the lights and climbed out of the car to stretch his legs. The woods seemed very deep and silent and dark, although far away he could hear the distant rumble of a passenger aircraft. It was strange to think that, outside the plague zone, life was still going on as before, and that maybe in New York and Chicago and St. Louis, people were getting up and going to bed as if nothing had happened. He opened the back door of the car and made sure that Prickles was tucked in properly. Then he took off his shoes and got ready to climb back behind the wheel and spend another uncomfortable night as a guest of General Motors. There was a sudden sharp cracking noise, and something zipped through the car's windshield and out through the passenger window. Dr. Petrie instantly dropped to the leafy ground and groped inside the car for his automatic rifle. Adelaide sat up and said, "Leonard, what's happened?" "Down," he hissed, waving his hand. "Get your head down. There's someone out there." He reached up to the steering column and switched on the car's electrics so that he could lower the driver's window. Then, using the driver's door as a shield, like the policeman he had seen in TV programs, he lifted his rifle and peered out into the dark. There was a long silence. He heard tree rats scuffling in the darkness and birds chirping nervously as they protected their young. Dr. Petrie cocked his rifle and strained his eyes. He thought the shot had come from a large, shadowy bush, but he couldn't be sure. Just to liven things up, he fired 2 shots in the general direction of the bush and then listened. There was an even longer silence. Then a voice, quite close behind him, said, "Lay your guns down real slow and raise your hands." Dr. Petrie cursed himself. All the time he had been protecting himself with his car door and firing into bushes, his attacker had been softly circling around him. He put down the automatic rifle and slowly stood up with his hands above his head. He couldn't see his attacker at all. The night was too dark, and the man didn't move. "You come from the east?" asked the man in a Georgia twang. Dr. Petrie said, "We don't have disease, if that's what you mean." The man sniffed. "Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't. You can't see disease, can you? Not in the night, nor neither in the day." Dr. Petrie said, "We're not doing any harm. We just want to pass right through." "I know you do," said the man, "and I ain't going to let you." "Why not? What's it to you?" The man sniffed again. "Well, it's a lot to me, mister, and it's a lot to my family and my relatives and everyone else west of here. This here's the plague line right here. Me and everyone else around here, we formed this vigilante committee, and if anyone tries to cross this plague line, I can tell you that they're taking their life into their own hands, because our agreement is that we shoot to kill. All you have to do is turn around and go back where you came from." "Supposing I won't?" "Oh, you will, but just supposing I won't." "Well," said the man patiently, "supposing you won't, then I'll have to drop you." "And if I drop you first?" "Oh, you won't, but just supposing I do." There was a pause. Then out of the darkness, from another direction altogether, a thicker voice said, "Mister, if you drop Harry first, I'll make damn sure I drop you second." Dr. Petrie lowered his hands. "Okay," he said. "I think you win. Can we just spend the night here? I have a little girl, and I don't want to wake her up." "Just get the hell out," said Harry. "And if I refuse?" "No, don't answer that. You'll drop me." "Okay, we're going." Dr. Petrie bent down to pick up his rifle. "Leave the gun," Harry said. "Now wait a minute," Dr. Petrie protested. "If I'm going to go back into the plague zone, I'm not going without this." "Leave it!" Dr. Petrie remained where he was for 5 or 6 frozen seconds, half bending towards the rifle. He screwed up his eyes and peered into the night for the slightest giveaway of Harry's whereabouts. The other vigilante didn't matter so much, because if Dr. Petrie ducked down behind the car, he would be out of his firing line. Harry said, "Come on, mister, leave the gun and get your ass out of here. I ain't want no medals for patience, and I ain't gonna win one now." Dr. Petrie saw a glint. It could have been the side of a pair of spectacles, or the buckle of a pair of dungarees. Whatever it was enough. He dropped to the ground, snatched his rifle, rolled over in a flurry of leaves, and fired a burst of 3 shots exactly where he had seen the glint. A scatter gun went off with a deep boom, and one side of the delta was torn and spattered with pellets. Dr. Petrie wriggled under the car on his elbows and fired again. A random arc of bullets that may or may not have hit something. There was silence again. He quickly elbowed his way out from under the car, tossed the rifle inside, and climbed in himself. Adelaide said, "Are you all right? Did you hit them?" He started the engine, backed the car wildly into the woods, swung it around, and put his foot down. The scattergun went off again, and the Delta 88's rear window was turned to milky ice. Dr. Petrie drove fast and wild, and thumped heavily into 2 or 3 roadside trees before he considered it safe to switch on his lights. Adelaide sat up. Only her reclining seat had saved her from the first bullet, which had passed through the car in a diagonal line. Prickles was awake, but she was tired, so that she wasn't even crying. She, too, was unhurt. The scattergun had ripped the car's outside skin, but hadn't penetrated the soundproofing inside the doors or the vinyl upholstery. "Did you hear what he said?" asked Dr. Petrie tersely. "About the vigilantes?" "Exactly. It looks like they've drawn a plague line down the Appalachians, and anyone who tries to cross it gets killed. Maybe they've even got themselves federal backing. The way the situation's been handled, who can tell?" "What are we going to do?" "I guess we could try to cross someplace else, but the chances of getting through in a car must be pretty remote. Maybe we ought to try our luck in the north. Try and get into New York City. If we stick to the back roads, it could take us 2 or 3 days. But if they're going to make it a secure quarantine area, it's worth a try." Adelaide rubbed her eyes tiredly. "Let's do it then. Let's just get someplace where we can stop and have a bath and eat a decent hot meal. If I don't get out of these clothes soon, I'm going to stink like a skunk." Dr. Petrie grinned at her through the darkness. "Me too. But then skunks seem to fall in love just like the rest of us, don't they? So what's wrong with smelling like one?" Adelaide settled down to sleep again, trying to make herself comfortable in the jolting car. "Leonard," she said, "I'll give you 100 good reasons, but not right now. Tomorrow." When it was scarcely dawn, and the car was still silvered with the cold breath of the night, they drove quietly out of the Georgia woods and back towards the main highway. They were low on gas, and Dr. Petrie's first priority was to find a filling station. Then, tanked up and refreshed with sleep, they would make the long and complicated back road haul to New York City. Adelaide was yawning. "Do you think we'll make it?" she asked him. Dr. Petrie pulled a face. "Maybe, maybe not. Depends how far the plague has spread. Half of the time, though, I feel more frightened of the people than I do of the plague." She looked serious for a long while. Then she said, "Yes, I know what you mean." 2. Esmeralda was arranging the last paintings in her Marek Brunowski exhibition when Charles Thurston III strolled into the gallery. He was looking very Fifth Avenue, in a lightweight suit of cream-colored mohair and a big floppy hat. He took off his sunglasses and stood back from the wall, ostentatiously admiring the pictures. "Well, well, well," said Esmeralda. "If it isn't Charles Thirsty III." Charles gave a strictly regulated smile. "Thurston, actually, if we're going to be friends, we ought to get it right." Esmeralda, in a dark red smock, was tapping the last hook into the green Hessian-covered gallery wall. Who said who was going to be friends? She said through a mouthful of nails. I hope that we were, you and I. Esmeralda straightened the painting. It was a vivid gouache of reds and yellows. Charles Thurston stepped forward and peered closely at the label underneath. This is a painting of Coney Island, he said. It looks more like hell on a warm day. Same thing, said Esmeralda. She picked up her hammer and toolkit and walked back towards her elegant white-painted office at the back of the gallery. Charles Thurston followed her and perched himself on the edge of her desk. You are very sure we're going to get along, said Esmeralda. Of course I'm sure. Here's me, the famous art writer, and there's you, the beautiful gallery lady. It's a match made in heaven, or someplace quite close, perhaps a suburb of heaven. Heaven has suburbs. Oh, of course it does. Where do you think the people from Queens go when they die? Esmeralda laughed. She found Charles Thurston an inch too elegant for his own good, and an obviously incurable smartass. But there was something about him she really liked. He was, after all, very good-looking, and he gave the impression that when he got a woman into bed, he would lavish a great deal of time and athletic energy on exotic forms of stimulation. Esmeralda liked that. Well, she said, reaching for her chrome cigarette box, have you come to buy a painting? Bronowski is young and vital, and most important of all, he's still quite cheap. Is that because nobody's discovered him yet? Or because he's been discovered and nobody wants him? Oh, don't be cynical. He's the new wave and gouache. Go on, buy one. If I buy one, will you come out to lunch with me? Esmeralda lowered her eyelashes provocatively. Is that a condition of sale? She asked him. Charles Thurston laughed. How much is this young and vital, cheap artist of yours? To you, 500. Esmeralda didn't look up. This was a favorite test of hers. It immediately weeded out the unsuitable suitors from the genuinely enthusiastic, because if a man wasn't prepared to toss away $500 for the sake of getting to know her better, then in Esmeralda's opinion, he couldn't be really sincere. Charles Thurston III flipped open his checkbook and scribbled a check with a handmade gold pen. He blew it dry and passed it over with a flourish. It was for $1,000. Well, this is too much, said Esmeralda, raising an eyebrow. Charles Thurston shrugged. What's the use of buying just one painting? I have a couple of blank spaces either side of my living room door, and Mr. Bronowski will liven them up nicely. He stood up and tucked his pen back in his pocket. Perhaps you could show me some more sometime, he said. My bedroom could do with livening up, too. Esmeralda smiled. Oh, I'm afraid Jacob Bronowski is into landscapes, not erotica. Well, we can't all be perfect, said Charles. Now, why don't we find ourselves a bite to eat? She took off her smock. Underneath, she was wearing a simple but beautifully cut blue dress with a Victorian pendant and lots of bracelets. She brushed her hair and then pronounced herself ready. Have you heard any more about the plague? Asked Charles Thurston as they rode across town in a taxi. Oh, nothing very much. Father's furious about it. Oh? Well, haven't you read the case of the plagiarized bacteria? Father's suing some Finnish character in the federal district court, but the Finnish character's got himself a sneaky adjournment on the grounds that all public-spirited bacteriologists should be off fighting the plague. Charles Thurston nodded. I see. I wondered what you were doing in that district. This plague's pretty serious, though, isn't it? They've got cops on the Lincoln Tunnel and the 59th Street Bridge, and they're turning back everyone with a Southern license plate. You're kidding. No, it's true. I saw it myself this morning. They had some guy in a pickup with a Maryland plate, and they were making him turn right around and go back to Maryland. They said on the news that there's a contingency plan for sealing off the whole of Manhattan. Esmeralda crossed her legs. Well, I don't know. Sounds to me like they're exaggerating the whole thing. Charles Thurston laughed. I'm glad someone's optimistic, especially the daughter of the nation's leading bacteriologist. Stepdaughter. Does it make any difference? You bet it makes a difference. Where are you taking me for lunch? Oh, there's a unique little bistro, I know. The prices are astronomical, but the food's terrible. What's it called? Chez Moi. You mean the same Chez Moi that has a couple of blank spaces either side of the living room door, and has a bedroom that also needs livening up? You guessed, said Charles Thurston, with a winning smile. Esmeralda didn't look amused. In that case, she said, you'd better get this hack to turn itself around and take me right back to the gallery. I've heard of fast workers, but this is ridiculous. What you're really saying is that you haven't even had time to clear my check. I'm saying, Mr. Thurston, that I'm not a painting. I can't be conveniently bought with a paltry $1,000 to fill a blank space on one side of your bed. Don't you like me? Like you? I don't even know you. Charles Thurston sighed. Well, if you want to skip lunch, you can, but at least come and look at it. I prepared it myself. Cold soup, smoked fish, salad, and chilled vintage champagne. Esmeralda looked at him curiously. He was very self-assured and very handsome, and somehow she couldn't imagine him going to the trouble of spending the morning in the kitchen just to make lunch for a girl he hardly knew. He was either very innocent or very devious, and right now she wasn't quite sure which, but he was intriguing. Okay, she said slowly. I'll come and look at it, but that's all. The cab dropped them on the corner of a faded but still elegant street. It was one of those tired enclaves of wealthy old widows who were too set in their ways to move away from encroaching slumdom, and there was a mingled smell of decay and expensive perfume in every lobby. Well, this is a strange place to live, she said, looking around the street. I like it, said Charles Thurston. It reminds me every day that style is never permanent, and that today's lounge lizards are tomorrow's drawing-room dinosaurs. They ascended 5 floors in a dingy wrought iron elevator that shuddered and groaned at every floor. You speak in riddles, she told him. He smiled. Charles Thurston's apartment was expensively decorated in a clean and rigid Scandinavian style that surprised her. There was plenty of natural stone, plain wood, and glass. Everything was in whites and browns and grays, and the fabrics were all woven wool or leather. This doesn't look like you, she said, sitting down on a soft tan cowhide settee. Drink? He asked her. A vodka martini on the rocks, please. He mixed the cocktails and brought hers over. She sipped it, and it was as cold and uncompromising as everything else in Charles Thurston's apartment. Why don't you think it's me? He asked her. Well, you're warm and this place is chilly. I imagined you living with good Indian carpets and a few well-chosen antiques. He walked across to the window. I like my backgrounds neutral. The most important things that happen in a room are the people who live and love in it. I don't like to interfere with human beauty by cluttering my living space with inanimate objects that keep crying out for attention. I think you just made that up. I don't believe a word of it. He turned back from the window and smiled at her. Would you like to see the lunch that you're not going to eat? Oh, I'd be delighted. He took her hand and led her into the dining room. He had been telling the truth. The table was set for 2, with stainless steel cutlery and handmade Swedish glass and pottery. Well, she said, I have to confess, I'm convinced. Charles Thurston ran his hand through his dark, curly hair. Won't you just sit and watch me eating mine? He asked, with a mock plaintiveness that, for all its obvious artificiality, still appealed to her. She couldn't help giggling. All right, she said, and since I don't like to be rude, you might as well give me just a teensy piece of fish and maybe a tiny bowl of soup. And just a thimble of champagne? She smiled. That will do, yes. Charles Thurston rang a small bell on the table. Esmeralda hadn't expected that, but then she supposed that a young man of his means would naturally have a servant. Charles Thurston pulled her chair out for her, and she sat down. He himself sat at the opposite end of the table, shook out his napkin, and grinned at her. The servant was no ordinary servant. When she walked in with the soup, Esmeralda took one look at her, and then shot a quick, quizzical look at Charles, to see if his face showed any signs of mockery or amusement. But there was nothing. She was black, with close-cropped hair and a thin silver headband. She was exquisitely beautiful. Her eyes were deep and vivid, and her mouth ran in sultry curves. She was also extremely tall, at least 6 feet, despite the fact that her feet were bare. She wore a flowing caftan that clung as she walked into the dining room, around huge, firm breasts. "This is Kalimba," smiled Charles Thurston offhandedly. "Kalimba is what you would call a treasure." Esmeralda watched the black girl with widened eyes as she padded out of the room, her bare, rounded bottom plainly visible through the diaphanous caftan. In a small voice, she said, "I suppose you would, yes." They sipped consomme in silence for a moment. Then Esmeralda laid down her spoon. "Are you trying to tell me," she said, "that Kalimba is really your servant, and nothing else?" Charles Thurston paused with a spoonful of soup half lifted from his plate. "No, I'm not trying to tell you anything." "Well, she intrigues me. I mean, she's very beautiful and very sexy. Are you friends?" One has to be friends with one's servants." "Oh, don't mock me, Charles." "I'm not. Kalimba is everything you say she is. She's beautiful and she's very sexy. She's also a very good cook. She makes beds, she cleans and dusts. Okay?" Esmeralda frowned. "I don't know. You baffle me." "Why do I do that?" "Because you're after something, and I don't know what it is. Up until I saw Kalimba, I thought it was my body." He finished his soup and laid his spoon down. "You're reacting just like every girl does when she first sees Kalimba. She thinks, why the hell have I been playing hard to get when he's got a woman like that around the place? It throws them off their usual game." Esmeralda raised an eyebrow. "Is that why she's here? As an aid to seduction?" Charles stood up and poured her a glass of Moet and Chandon, 1966. It was well chilled and ferociously dry. "Kalimba is here to serve lunch," he said simply, with a faint suggestion of a smile. A few minutes later, Kalimba came back for the plates. There was something about the black girl, silently serving and collecting up food, that was disturbingly erotic. She looked like a fantasy slave girl, with her sullenly pouting mouth and her lowered eyes. Esmeralda couldn't help noticing the way her charcoal black nipples stood stiff under the flimsy fabric of the caftan, and somehow it made her feel both aroused and inadequate. She often liked to play the slave girl bit herself with her stepfather, but in the presence of the dark and musky and mysterious Kalimba, she felt pale and plain. The lunch continued. By 3, 2 bottles of champagne were empty, and they were well into their third. Kalimba softly came and went with coffee and sweets. Esmeralda felt lightheaded and unreal, and somehow everything about Charles Thurston and Kalimba was no longer puzzling or threatening, but funny. She laughed at almost every story he told, and when he suggested they go into the living room, and he put his arm around her, she didn't object in the least. They drank more champagne, and Charles put on some soft drumming record that mesmerized her with its endless complicated rhythms. They sat on big embroidered cushions on the thick rug and shared a cigarette, and laughed even more. "You still confuse me," she said, taking another sip of her drink. I mean, you're a very confusing person. Well, I think I'm very straightforward, said Charles. Well, that's what's confusing about you. You're straightforward, but you're not deep. You're like a rubber tunnel. He laughed. I'm like a what? Well, I was never called that before. Esmeralda was giggling so much she could hardly explain what she meant. Well, she said, just imagine you're driving along and you see a tunnel ahead of you. Very straightforward. But supposing you drive into it, well, you just bounce back out again because it's rubber. That's what you're like. I think I'm getting someplace with you, but I just bounce back out again. You're a rubber tunnel. They laughed and laughed until Esmeralda thought she was going to cry. Then, when they had quietened down, Charles reached over and took her arm and said, Esmeralda, do you mind if I lay something on you? She was bright-eyed. What? Do you dig massage? Massage? The idea of it seemed hilarious. No, listen, I'm serious. Massage can do fantastic things for your inner being. It calms you down. It brings you closer to yourself. I don't mean your massage parlor stuff. I mean real meditative massage. Who's going to massage me? She giggled. You? Charles shook his head. No, Kalimba. She's an absolute expert. I mean, she's really into it. She's done it for me, and she's given me a whole new slant on myself. Well, said Esmeralda, I don't quite know what to say. Well, try it. That's all you have to do. Oh, I'm not sure. Charles checked his expensive wristwatch. Look, he said, I have to make a few phone calls to the coast and tidy up some papers. That means that you and Kalimba can have a half hour to yourselves. You can be totally private. I don't know, Charles. I mean, Kalimba's kind of threatening, don't you think? You only feel she's threatening because you don't know her. She's very warm and understanding. Just let her give you a massage session and you'll understand. The idea of being massaged by Charles Thurston's tall and sultry black lady was quirky, but in the mood she was in, it seemed exciting as well. She giggled and sipped some more champagne, and then finally said, Okay, I've done kinkier things. Charles Thurston leaned forward and kissed her on the forehead. That's terrific, he said. I'll go call Kalimba and I'll see you later. As he stood up, she tugged his hand. Charles, she said, if I tell her to stop, she won't be offended or anything, will she? Kalimba, not on your life. She's a totally sympathetic person. Now have fun. You hear? Esmeralda sat on a cushion cross-legged while Charles left the room. She heard him talking to Kalimba in the kitchen, but the black girl didn't speak once. Maybe she was deaf and dumb, or maybe she was just the silent type. Whichever it was, it didn't seem very warm, understanding, or sympathetic. Esmeralda drank more champagne and found she was laughing to herself as she drank. She sensed Kalimba's presence in the room even before she turned around and saw her. The black girl had a kind of smoldering charisma that she couldn't ignore. Now the caftan had gone, and she was nude, except for a thin gold chain around her loins and gold anklets around her legs. Kalimba came softly across the room and squatted down beside her. Esmeralda felt odd tinges of sensation trickling up and down her spine, and suddenly she didn't feel like laughing anymore. Kalimba's body was inky black, shining, and perfumed. It had a sexual warmth that radiated from it, and somehow warmed Esmeralda as well. Without a word, Kalimba opened a jar of scented oil. Then she pointed to Esmeralda's dress and indicated that she should pull it down over her shoulders. When Esmeralda fumbled, Kalimba took over and unbuttoned the front of the dress for her, all the way down. Then she gently tucked it down around Esmeralda's waist. Kalimba knelt down beside her, and Esmeralda could hear her smothering her hands in the scented oil. Then she felt the black girl's long, supple fingers around her neck and shoulders, slippery with oil, beginning to flex and caress and soothe her. Esmeralda, head bowed, felt the gradual warmth and relaxation flow through her shoulders and closed her eyes. It was the most delicious sensation she had ever experienced, and she couldn't think why the idea of massage had repelled her so much. She felt Kalimba reach for the clasp of her bra. At first, she raised her hands to resist, but the black girl gently held her wrists and lowered her arms again, and she thought, why not? She's another woman, an experienced masseuse. Kalimba's slippery hands kneaded and massaged her back muscles, and all the tension poured away. Then she felt the girl's hands around her breasts, fondling and stroking them. She sleepily opened her eyes and looked down. The long black fingers were pressing rhythmically into the gleaming white flesh of her breast, stimulating them, coaxing, and arousing the wide pink nipples into stiffness. She closed her eyes again. The feeling was so good that she wished it would last forever. She felt Kalimba's own rigid nipples brushing against her bare back as the black girl swayed from side to side and had a strange urge to massage Kalimba's breasts in return. Kalimba tugged Esmeralda's dress even further down. Her oily hands massaged the white girl's bottom, her fingertips occasionally brushing her sensitive sphincter. Esmeralda said, that's beautiful. And she reached down between her own thighs to draw Kalimba's hand against the moist flesh of her vulva. She never knew how long the massage lasted. It might have been 10 minutes. It might have been an hour. She was more than high on champagne, and all the images of that afternoon were crystal bright, but disjointed. She remembered Kalimba's tongue, lapping insistently between her legs. She remembered holding the black girl's tight-curled head and kissing her full, sensual lips. She remembered seeing a dark, glistening flower with petals that stickily parted to reveal a moist interior. Music, drumming, lips, eyes, fingers, and magical sensations. She was lying on the floor, wrapped in an Indian blanket, when she woke up. Her mouth felt like used glass paper, and her eyes were stuck together with sleep. She lifted her head. Her neck ached. She tried to focus, but the room was dim, and outside, the New York sky was murky metallic green. It felt as if an electric storm was imminent. She looked at her wristwatch and saw it was 7:15 in the evening. Gradually, unsteadily, she managed to stand up. Her head pounded with pain. Still wrapped in the Indian blanket, she padded across the apartment and called, "Charles, are you there, Charles?" There didn't seem to be anyone around. She crossed the dining room, with a table that was now cleared of all dishes and decorations, and peered into the main bedroom. The bed was neat and unslept in. It was covered in grayish-brown reindeer skin, and on the wall was a painting of snow in Lapland. She went back into the living room. She called out again, and at that moment, the front door of the apartment opened, and Charles walked in, beaming and confident. "Esmeralda," he said, "you're awake." She nodded. "I just woke up. I feel like hell. Why didn't you wake me earlier? I have to be home at 7:30. Daddy and I are going out to dinner tonight, and he's going to go crazy if I'm late." Charles kissed her. "That's nothing," he said. "So you're 50 minutes late. That's nothing." "What do you mean that's nothing?" Charles reached in his pocket and produced a small black something, a couple of inches long. Esmeralda tried to focus on it, but couldn't. "What's that?" she said. Charles tossed the black something in the air and smartly caught it again. This, my lovely gallery lady, is a roll of film. I have just come back from the photo laboratories, where even at this minute, they are printing me up sufficient copies for my needs. She stood there and stared at him for a long, long time. Kalimba and me, she said dryly. You guessed it. She dropped the blanket. She didn't care that she was naked. She picked her clothes up from the floor and slowly dressed. Charles Thurston bobbed and fidgeted around, tossing the film from one hand to the other and saying, Well, that's it, isn't it? That's life. Esmeralda finished dressing and tugged a brush through her tangled hair. She collected her pocketbook and got ready to leave. Charles Thurston said, Aren't you going to ask what I want? I mean, us blackmailers always want something. She paused. All right, she said tiredly. What do you want? Isn't it obvious? It might be, but I prefer you to spell it out. He looked at her, almost coyly. What I want, in return for these highly diverting negatives, is for your father to drop his patent action. This was when the reality of the whole day's work fell into place. She looked around the sparse Nordic apartment and said, This is Sergei Ford's place, isn't it? I didn't think it was your style. And what about Kalimba? Not her real name, I'm afraid. A hired gun, so to speak. She stared at his handsome, disgusting face. You won't take money? She asked softly. 5,000 to say the film didn't quite come out? Charles Thurston shook his head. A job's a job, lovely gallery lady. I have a reputation to maintain. I see. And how long do I have? Thurston looked at his watch. It's now 7:30. We would like to know how your father feels about the matter in 24 hours. Otherwise, every porn magazine in town gets these, along with Scientific American and every journal your father ever wrote for in his whole life. Esmeralda ran her hand through her hair. Now I understand the adjournment, she said. Sergei Ford has gone into court today. If Sergei Ford had gone into court today, he would have lost the whole case outright, so he decided to get a little help from his friends. I'm not his friend, protested Charles Thurston III, as Esmeralda waited for the elevator. I just work for him. As far as I'm concerned, he's a cheap Finnish fuck. Esmeralda slammed the concertina gates of the elevator and glared at Thurston through the bars. Anything's better than being a cheap American fuck, she snapped as the elevator took her down. By Friday afternoon, the same afternoon that Esmeralda spent in Sergei Ford's West 81st Street apartment, the plague zone had officially extended to New Orleans, in the South, and with the help of police, National Guardsmen, vigilantes, and cadets from summer colleges, it was being held back on a ragged line that stretched northwards to Jackson, Mississippi, Tuscaloosa, Chattanooga, Charleston, and Cumberland. The president had appeared on television at lunchtime and had said solemnly and with a heavy heart that he had to instruct every American to take up arms to protect the disease-free parts of the nation. That meant anyone from within the plague zone must be shot dead if they attempted to leave it. At all costs, said the president, we must contain this threat to our national health and heritage and urgently seek to find some kind of cure. At the present speed of plague, within 6 weeks. A reporter from NBC News asked the president if some people were more susceptible to the plague than others. The president reported that interim figures indicated that adults succumbed more rapidly than children, and that certain groups of workers within the community appeared to be partially or wholly immune. These included some hospital workers, some employees of Con Ed, some military and naval personnel, some merchant seamen, some dentists and doctors, and one or two assorted minor professions. Was there any clue why these people might be less prone to plague? The president said no, but our best scientists are working on it. The medical workers' union were still on strike, although in some of the worst devastated parts of Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina, there was radio, TV, and telephone blackout, and it was impossible to discover what was happening. Even police helicopters were forbidden to take reconnaissance pictures in case the bacillus was airborne to operational height. The nation was locked now in a terrible paralysis of fear, and in spite of strict highway controls and the banning of westward airline flights, thousands of panicking refugees in cars and pickups and motorhomes streamed towards the west. By 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon, the official estimate of plague dead was 17 million. Every Atlantic beach was closed from Key West, Florida, to Portland, Maine. The most explosive story of the day, though, was where the plague-infected sewage had originated. It was being suggested by NBC and CBS and strenuously denied by the New York Department of Sanitation that the sewage was polluting the eastern seaboard from an area 12 miles off the Long Island shore. According to official sources, sanitation barges had left Pier 70 every day for longer than anyone could remember and dumped untreated sewage into the Atlantic. It was supposed to sink to the ocean floor and slide in the form of black viscous ooze down the shelving incline that would take it out towards the mid-Atlantic. The New York Department of Sanitation, in a joint statement with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, agreed that the sludge was highly infectious, but that it could not have been a breeding ground for the plague that had ravaged the southern states. Ordinary plague, Pastorella pestis, is one thing, said a spokesman for the department, but there is no scientific way in which ordinary plague could have mutated under the ocean into this particularly virulent and fast-growing form of superplague. The department also denied that the raw sewage on the beaches of Florida and Georgia was anything to do with them. Yes, there had been eccentric winds and tides, but it stretched the credulity to suggest that tides had borne the sewage as far south as Miami. A CBS reporter asked if it were possible for a message in a bottle, dropped off Long Island at the sewage dumping spot, to float south as far as Miami. An oceanographer said that with climatic conditions as they had been, yes. The CBS reporter then asked why, in that case, a lump of human feces couldn't do the same. The spokesman for the Department of Sanitation gave an answer that became the morbidly popular catchphrase of the day. "What you're suggesting," he snapped, "is crap." Herbert Gaines walked into the conference room at the Summit Hotel with his hands raised like a successful candidate for the New York presidential primary. Flash guns blinked in the crowded entrance, and he had more pictures taken for the press in the space of 20 seconds than he had in the last 20 years. He was wearing orangey pan-stick makeup to make himself look healthier on color TV, and his white hair was combed into a flowing mane. "Welcome back, Herbert," said a fat reporter in a creased blue suit. "It's nice to have a hero around for a change." Beside Herbert Gaines, sticking close, was Jack Gross, all glossy suit and carnivorous teeth. He piloted his figurehead through the throng of pressmen and television cameras and up towards a red, white, and blue platform. More flash guns flickered, and Herbert tried hard to keep smiling. Jack Gross waved his hands for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jack Gross, and I'm the agent for what we call the FTT. Now, does anyone here know what FTT stands for?" It was meant to be a rhetorical question, but a New York Post reporter said, "Fight tunefully tonight." There was a general guffaw of laughter. Jack Gross, his smile a little strained, waved his hands for silence again. FTT, he said quickly, stands for Face the Truth, and Face the Truth is what we call our particular group of dedicated Republican senators and congressmen, all of whom are totally committed to the revival of honest, no-nonsense, straight-down-the-middle politics. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? Asked the lady from Time sardonically. Well, it has been up until now, said Jack Gross. But let's think why American politics has gotten such a bad name. It's gotten a bad name because it's been the province of men who won't face the truth. That's what our group is all about. We've decided that no matter how unpalatable or unpleasant the true facts are, we're going to have to face up to them and speak our minds no matter how unpopular our voice might be. He lowered his voice and spoke with intense sincerity. Maybe in the past, refusing to face the truth didn't matter so much. But today, right this very evening, America faces a disaster of hideous and unprecedented proportions. The plague has already laid waste our southern states, and the last we heard it was infecting parts of Jersey. We are right up against the wall, ladies and gentlemen, and we can't keep our eyes blinkered any longer. The crisis is so serious that an American hero has returned to speak the truth about it. A man whose voice once spoke out on the movie screen for honesty and purity and the preservation of the American way, and who has now emerged from honorable retirement to take up our cause. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Dashfoot, better known as Herbert Gaines. There was a light smattering of applause. Herbert's movies were still doing the rounds of art houses and late-night TV channels, and most of the pressmen there had seen at least one of them. Herbert Gaines stood up. With the TV lights on him, he hardly seemed to have aged. He could have dismounted from his Civil War horse just a few moments ago, flushed with success from his famous ride and incident at Vicksburg. He raised his hand for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said in his rich, deep timbre, "I never thought the time would come when I would feel it my bounden duty to ride once again in defense of the American people." There was clapping, and someone said, "Dashfoot to the rescue!" Herbert Gaines smiled ruefully. "I wish Captain Dashfoot could come to the rescue, but we're shooting from a different script today. Our nation is being scythed to the ground by a foul and terrible disease, and what we need is not lone heroes on horses, but quick and effective federal action. What we need, ladies and gentlemen, is someone who will speak the truth about this plague, someone who will tell us where it really originated. They say sewage. All right, but whose sewage? Are any of you infected with plague and hepatitis? Is your sewage infected?" Herbert grasped the lectern in front of him and lowered his leonine head. "What we are saying here today, friends, is unpopular. It's unpopular," he repeated, raising a rigid finger. "But it's true. I know it's true, and you know it's true, and I dare any man in the continental United States to prove it ain't so. That sewage, that infected sewage has come from the bowels of the black man, from the bowels of the Puerto Rican, from the bowels of the shiftless vagrant and the unwashed hippie. Not only have they poisoned our society with their subversive politics and their revolutionary mania, they have actually physically poisoned our American sons and daughters with their excremental filth." The sound that went up from the press when Herbert said that was extraordinary. It was a kind of surprised moan, like a dog crushed under a car. A black reporter from the New York Times walked out and slammed both double doors of the conference room, and a young girl from the Village Voice shrieked out, "You're not a hero, you're a fascist!" Herbert Gaines, his eyes hard, his hands white, turned in the direction of the girl's voice. "A fascist?" he said softly. "Is it the mark of a fascist to speak the truth? It's true, isn't it, that diseases communicated from the bowels are rife among black and Spanish peoples in America? It's true, isn't it, that the sewage dumped off Long Island contains the infections of diseased Negroes? Because it's no longer inside them, this sewage? Does that mean Negroes no longer bear the responsibility for the disgusting plague it has caused? A television reporter said in a quiet but penetrating voice, Mr. Gaines, if you're blaming the colored elements in our society for this plague, what do you suggest we do about it? Herbert Gaines turned on him fiercely. I suggest this. I suggest we cast out our ineffectual political leaders at the first opportunity, and re-elect men who will keep the black man in his place and the immigrants where they belong, out of America. Another reporter said, Mr. Gaines, this is kind of extreme, all this stuff. Herbert Gaines turned his best profile to the cameras. Of course it's extreme. This is an extreme situation. It requires quick, decisive, and urgent treatment. Face the Truth is the only political group that has faced up to that fact so far, and the only political group who could possibly save this nation from ruination and downfall at the hands of the black man. The same reporter said, What do you suggest we do? Ship them all back to the Gold Coast? Herbert Gaines smiled patiently and shook his head. Of course not, that would be ridiculous. But I have several suggestions that would finally overcome America's race problems once and for all. First, only black medics and doctors should be assigned to plague hospitals. They started it. They can take the risk of treating it. Second, when the plague has finally been contained, arrangements should be made over a 10-year period for the gradual rehousing of blacks in areas where their unsanitary personal habits do not threaten decent Americans. Every American citizen under the Constitution has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. How can we truly say that we are upholding these rights if we jeopardize the first of them from the word go? An American is entitled to life, ladies and gentlemen. And if the diseased black man is allowed to walk beside him, work beside him, eat from the same plates, sit on the same seats, and defecate in the same public toilets, then we have failed to protect his constitutional rights. We have abdicated our responsibilities as leaders of this great nation. A reporter from the Christian Science Monitor said, Mr. Gaines, you're not a leader of this great nation. You're an out-of-work actor. Herbert Gaines, lit by a flurry of photographers' flash guns, said, I am a leader because I speak the truth. You, because you question the truth, are less than a patriot. In normal times, Herbert Gaines would have won 15 seconds attention on the early evening news. But these were not normal times, and the fact that press and television crews even stayed to listen showed that. As the conference continued, a strange, disturbed buzzing filled the room, as if the newspapermen had just discovered some unsettling secret that had been deliberately hidden away from them. By 5:30, the New York Post was on the street with a headline that ran, Blacks to blame for plague, claims Captain Dashfoot, and that was only the beginning. Herbert Gaines was interviewed 7 times that evening on New York and network television, and an almost tangible wave of resentment against the black population made itself felt across the breadth of the American continent. What Jack Gross had calculated exactly right, of course, was that everyone in America, including the president, was looking for someone to blame. Just as Adolf Hitler had successfully blamed the Jews for the financial depression of the 1930s, Herbert Gaines had laid the blame for the plague on the shoulders of the American blacks. As night fell on New York City, fires broke out in Harlem, and the windows of black stores and restaurants were smashed by marauding gangs of white youths. Friday ended in Manhattan to the wow, wow, wow of fire trucks and the bitter smell of smoke. By midnight, 36 cases of arson had been reported, 52 cases of willful damage, and more than 100 injuries, varying from fractured skulls to knife wounds. Other crimes noticeably decreased as black whores and muggers played it safe and made a point of staying home. In the early hours of Saturday, Herbert Gaines was driven back to Concord Tower in the back of Jack Gross's Cadillac. He was exhausted, and he was looking forward to a large brandy and a long sleep. "You did beautiful," said Jack Gross. "In one day you made more of a hit than Jerry Ford made in 3 years." Herbert rubbed his eyes. "Seems to me that I've caused nothing but distress and confusion. Even if this whole thing about the blacks were found out to be true, there are times when it's kinder not to tell the truth at all." Jack Gross grinned. "Herbert, you're a man of conscience, and no mistake. Can I pick you up at 3? "You mean there's more?" "Of course there's more. This is just the beginning." "Mr. Gross, I tell you quite plainly, I don't want to do any more." Jack Gross waved his hand depreciatingly. "Don't even think that, Herbert. You're just tired. Have a nice rest, freshen yourself up, and then we're off to make a speech to the New York Republicans." Herbert Gaines stared at him gloomily. "And if I refuse?" Jack Gross smirked. "You know very well if you refuse, young Nicky starts singing in the girls' choir." Herbert looked out of the car window at the deserted wastes of 43rd Street. He felt desolated and old. "Very well," he said after a while. "If I have to do it, I suppose I might as well enjoy it. I'll see you at 3. Kenneth Garnish, as Friday dwindled into Saturday, was still talking with the officials of Bellevue Hospital. He had chosen Bellevue as his last discussion of the day because he could walk home up First Avenue afterwards, and he usually felt like a short stroll at the end of a day's work to clear his head. The cream-painted conference room was thick with cigarette smoke, and the table was strewn with overflowing ashtrays, newspapers, files, gnawed pencils, and unbent paper clips. Talks had started at 6 o'clock on Friday evening, and they were still chasing the same points of principle, around and around at midnight, like dogs chasing their own tails. Garnish, his tie loosened and his nylon shirt stained with sweat, was lighting one cigarette from the butt of the last, and he had dark circles under his eyes. Dick Bortolotti sat beside him, looking waxy and strained. They had both been under tremendous pressure since they had called the strike, and every available hour of every day had been spent in talks and negotiations and organization. But the medical workers were still out, and intended to stay out until they were given a substantial package of pay guarantees and fringe benefits. Ernest Seidelberger, the thin, bespectacled Bellevue spokesman, was sitting mournfully at the other end of the table, struggling to light his pipe. He looked more suited for lectures on medieval manuscripts to bored housewives than union negotiations with hard nuts like Kenneth Garnish, but he had a tedious, pedantic way of refusing to give in, ever. "Mr. Garnish," he said wanly, "I can't repeat often enough that this hospital administration has nothing more to offer your members in the way of pay, bonuses, or incentives until you can guarantee something special in return. At the moment, all you're offering us is work that they should be doing anyway under our last agreement with you." Kenneth Garnish blew smoke. "The plague was not mentioned in the last agreement," he said hoarsely. Seidelberger nodded his head patiently. "My dear Mr. Garnish, no disease is specified in the agreement, so no one can hardly make out a special case for this plague. I urge you to think again. Your members' action has already accelerated the speed of the plague by 2 days at least, according to my expert informants, and if you hold out any longer, and the plague reaches Manhattan, we here at Bellevue will be totally unable to cope with it." Garnish was about to answer when there was a rapping at the conference door. A pale-faced young hospital executive walked in, smiled nervously at everyone, and leaned over to whisper something in Ernest Seidelberger's ear. Seidelberger listened for a few moments, his face expressionless, and then waved the young executive away. Garnish ground out his latest cigarette. "Is it something we should hear?" he asked bluntly. "Or is it privileged information for hospital bigwigs only?" Seidelberger shook his head. "It's not privileged, Mr. Garnish. It's just been on the news. The plague has infected so many people in New Jersey that the state has been declared a quarantine area. Nobody is allowed to enter or leave, and anyone attempting to do so will be forcibly detained by the National Guard." One of the hospital negotiators, shocked, said, "My wife's in Trenton today visiting her mother, and my children. They're all there. What am I going to do?" Ernest Seidelberger said, "I suggest you go home, Roots. See if you can call your family from there. Meanwhile, I have a last word to say to Mr. Garnish before we close this meeting." Roots, shaking, gathered up his papers, crammed them into his briefcase, and left. When he had gone, Seidelberger looked steadily at Kenneth Garnish and said, "You know what I'm going to say, don't you, Mr. Garnish?" Kenneth Garnish shrugged. "I haven't a notion, Mr. Seidelberger." "I'm going to demand that you send your members back to work. New Jersey is in quarantine, and that means the plague could be with us in Manhattan by tomorrow morning. This city is going to catch it, Mr. Garnish, and thousands will die, and it will all be your fault." Garnish's mouth went taut and hard. "Mr. Seidelberger," he grated, "just because you work for a hospital and you wear a white coat, that doesn't mean that you are automatically on the side of the angels. My members, if they deal with plague victims, are going to be doing the next best thing to committing suicide. They will do it, just as they have always done it. But I'm damned if I'm going to allow them to do it without some recognition from the federal government and the hospital authorities. In Japan, they paid kamikaze pilots a little bit extra and gave them a few more privileges, and they did it because they recognized courage and they recognized human sacrifice. My members will give you their courage, Mr. Seidelberger, and they will give you their sacrifice, but they won't give it for nothing." Ernest Seidelberger sniffed. "Fine words, Mr. Garnish, but not quite accurate. Your members are not prepared to give courage. They're not prepared to give their lives. They're only prepared to sell them at a price. I suggest to you, Mr. Garnish, that your medical workers are whores, and that you are their whoremaster." Kenneth Garnish stared at Seidelberger with bulging eyes for a moment, and then laughed loudly. "Ha! In that case, Mr. Seidelberger, we're all whores. We're all getting paid for sitting here. All I can say is when you get out on the street and strut your stuff, I hope you get picked up by some sex-starved matelot who fucks some sense into that impervious skull of yours. Come on, Dick, let's call it a night." Seidelberger sat silent while Garnish and Bortolotti packed up their cases and made ready to leave. But as they opened the door of the conference room, he turned his clerical profile in their direction and said, "Mr. Garnish?" Kenneth Garnish paused. "What is it? Did you finally see sense?" Seidelberger shook his head. "No, I have not seen what you so inaccurately call sense. I just wanted to wish you a happy Saturday and a long life, because the longer your members stay out on strike, the more urgently you will need it." Kenneth Garnish bit his lip, saying nothing. Then he turned on his heel and slammed the door behind him. Outside the hospital, on First Avenue, A warm and grimy summer breeze was blowing from the southwest. The glittering spires of Manhattan were reflected in the oily depths of the East River, and a lone barge chugged upriver towards Roosevelt Island. From the north, they heard the sound of sirens, and there was a strange amber glow in the sky. A medical workers' picket was standing by the hospital entrance, smoking a cigarette. Kenneth Garnish recognized him, a tough, one-time stevedore called Tupansky. He had shoulders as wide as a taxicab and a blue baseball cap. He slapped Tupansky on the back. "How you doing?" Tupansky nodded. "Okay, thanks, Mr. Garnish." "What time are they relieving you?" 2:30, then Foster comes on." "Any trouble?" "Nah, but look at them fires uptown." "Fires? Is that what they are?" "Sure. This Gaines guy says on the tube that the niggers is all to blame for the plague. So the white gangs have been cruising up to Harlem and putting a torch to everything that burns and a few things that don't." Even as they spoke, a fire chief's car came howling past them. "Mr. Garnish," said Tupansky, "is it true what they say about the plague? That it's coming here? It says on the news that there ain't no way they can stop it." Kenneth Garnish looked at the man for a long while, saying nothing. For the first time in his life, he was beginning to feel unable to protect his members. His instincts had always been those of a tough mother hen, scooping her brood into her wings at the first sign of trouble. But now, just across the Hudson, a different type of peril was growing, a peril that could be carried invisibly in the warm night wind and could infect them all without any chance of saving themselves. Kenneth Garnish felt frightened. "I guess they'll find some way of stopping it, okay," he said, unconvincingly. "After all, they can seal Manhattan off like a lifeboat, right? Just close all the tunnels and all the bridges and presto, we're all safe." Tupansky frowned. "They seem pretty worried on the news, Mr. Garnish. They even said what to do if you thought you had it." "Don't you worry, brother. When the time comes, we can deal with it." "Okay, Mr. Garnish." Kenneth Garnish was about to say goodnight when he heard footsteps clattering up the sidewalk behind him. Dick Bortolotti said, "Ken," in a nervous kind of way, and tugged his sleeve. Kenneth Garnish turned around. There were 5 of them. They were hard-faced and big, and they could only have been off-duty cops. No mugger cuts his hair so neat, nor wears such a well-trimmed mustache. They wore black leather jackets, and they stood around Kenneth Garnish and Dick Bortolotti so that there was no possible way to escape. "Are you Garnish?" said one of them gruffly. Kenneth Garnish looked from one cop to the other. He was trying to memorize their faces. He kept his arms down beside him and said, "What of it?" "Kenneth Garnish, the medical workers' boss?" "What of it?" "Yes or no?" "Yes." "What of it?" Garnish had once been a physically hard man, but he was too old and slow these days. The leading cop slopped up to him, pulled back his arm, and punched him straight in the face. Garnish felt his bridgework break, and he was banged back against the hospital wall behind him. Another punch caught him across the side of the face and fractured his jaw, and then he was kicked in the wrist and the hip. Tupansky, shouting with rage, tried to attack the cops. They were too quick and too well trained. One of them twisted his arm around behind his back, and another one thumped him in the stomach. Pansky dropped to his knees on the sidewalk, gasping. Dick Bortolotti got away. He ran down the length of the hospital as fast as he could, crossed 34th Street, and didn't stop running until he reached 2nd Avenue. He leaned against a building, panting for breath, and then slowly and cautiously made his way back to Bellevue. As he crossed back towards the hospital, he had the strangest sensation that everything had changed now, and that life was never going to be the same again. The laws of the jungle had returned, and he was going to have to learn them. Edgar Paston was lying on his uncomfortable bunk in the jailhouse, reading the weekly supermarket report which Tammy had brought him that lunchtime. It appeared that the spread of the plague was hiking up the prices of oranges and other citrus fruits, although California growers, in the light of the plague's disastrous effects on the Florida crop, were predicting the most profitable year ever. Edgar laid down his paper and checked the time from the clock on the flaking wall outside his cell. It was a few minutes past midnight, Saturday morning. He shifted uncomfortably and yawned. He was exhausted, but he had never been able to get to sleep with a light on, and the cop in charge had refused to switch it off. He wondered briefly what Tammy was thinking about. She was probably awake too, lying alone in their quilted double bed under the painting of Yellowstone River in spring, listening to the children breathing in their separate bedrooms and feeling lonesome. The thought of it almost choked him up, and he had to think about something else to stop himself from crying. He thought, too, about the dead Boy Scout. The cops had questioned him for 4 hours solid, and they still didn't believe him. The shooting happened again and again in his mind like a loop of film. He saw himself stepping out of the supermarket door. He saw himself raising the gun. They were laughing. That was the trouble. If they hadn't been laughing, he wouldn't have fired. He saw the dead boy lying on the concrete car park, and someone said, "Is he dead?" Edgar was almost dozing off when he heard footsteps. He blinked. The cops were bringing in a new prisoner. He could distinguish voices. Edgar rolled over on his bunk and pretended to be sleeping, in case he got involved in any more pointless conversations. He heard the cop say, "In here." Another voice, younger, said, "You mean I don't get a cell to myself? What is this?" "This ain't the Ramada Inn," said the cop. The cell door unlocked, squeaked open, and then banged shut again. There was a jingle of keys. Edgar kept his eyes shut and faced the wall. For a while, he heard the new prisoner shuffling around. Then he heard the lower bunk complain as the prisoner sat down on it. Eventually, the newcomer stood up again, leaned over him, and shook him by the shoulder. "Hey, man, you awake?" Edgar Paston opened one eye. "I wasn't," he said blearily, "but it looks like I am now." "Sorry, man, I just thought you might be awake." Edgar rubbed his face and sat up painfully. Then he swung his legs over the side of the bunk and looked at his new cellmate for the first time. At first, he couldn't believe it, but then he felt his throat tighten, constrict. Just a foot or two away from him, pale and foxy-faced, still methodically chewing gum, was Shark McManus. Edgar stared at him. Shark McManus said, "Do they bring you coffee in this joint?" Edgar said hoarsely, "I don't understand." "You don't understand what, man?" "Don't you know who I am?" said Edgar in a tight voice. "Don't you recognize me?" Shark McManus shrugged. "Sorry, man." Edgar said, "Last night, you and your gang of hoodlums broke into a supermarket out of the crossroads and wrecked it." McManus looked surprised. He screwed up his eyes and said, "Not me, man. You must have gotten the wrong dude." Edgar climbed unsteadily down from his bunk. He faced McManus from only 6 inches away. "I don't have the wrong dude, McManus. That store you wrecked was mine." McManus chewed steadily for a while, but his chewing became slower and slower, and he finally stopped altogether. He stared at Edgar, as if he couldn't grasp what was going on, and he nervously rubbed at the side of his neck. "You and your kind, you make me sick," said Edgar, plucking off his spectacles and pacing the floor. He turned on McManus again. "You're like wild beasts." McManus looked uncomfortable, but then he said, in an unexpectedly quiet voice, "Well, man, you may be right." "Right?" snapped Edgar. "Of course I'm right. You smash, you destroy, you'd kill if you had to. What the hell do you think the world is out there? Some kind of jungle?" McManus sat down. Yeah, man, he nodded. You're right. Edgar bent over him. Don't think that you're going to appease me like that. Oh, don't you think you're going to get away with it that easy? If I have anything to do with it, I'm going to make sure that hoodlums like you are torn out of Elizabeth, root and branch, you hear? McManus nodded. I hear you loud and clear. Edgar put his spectacles back on and peered at McManus close and hard. Is that all you can say? He asked. After all that you've done and all the trouble you've caused, is that all you can say? McManus frowned, as if he was thinking, and then gave a small smirk. I do have one thing to say, he said quietly. And what's that? It's a question, really, and the question is, if you're so respectable and uptight, and if you're going to tear us all out, rude and what's its name, then what are you doing in the slammer along with me? Edgar stood straight. He took a deep breath. Last night, he said, after you wrecked my store, I went after you with a gun. Don't tell me it was unlicensed. Edgar shook his head. It was licensed, all right. I was going out to find you and I was going to teach you a lesson. The trouble was, McManus looked up. Yeah? The trouble was, Edgar could hardly get the words out. The reality of last night's killing suddenly stuck in his throat like a terrible knotted obstruction. You can tell me, man, said McManus, mock sympathetically. After all, it was me you wanted to shoot. Edgar looked grim. I went out and I shot and killed someone I thought was you. It wasn't you at all. That's what I'm doing here. McManus stared at him in disbelief. Then, gradually, a smile began to twitch at the corners of his mouth. He guffawed once, then again, and then he laughed out loud. A sour voice in the next cell said, For Christ's sake, can't we get any fucking sleep around here? McManus, wide-eyed with amusement, said, You wasted someone you thought was me? You really did that? Oh, man, you're beautiful. Tell me who it was. Edgar lowered his eyes. It was a Boy Scout. I don't know his name. A Boy Scout? Oh, man, you're incredible. Don't you know that? You're too fucking much. He blows away a Boy Scout instead of me. Edgar thumped his fist against the wall of the cell and roared. It's not funny, damn you, it's not funny. McManus stopped laughing and frowned. I'm sorry, man, I didn't mean to upset you, but you have to admit it's beautiful. Beautiful, said Edgar, disgustedly. Yeah, you know, poetic justice. Edgar turned his head away. If there was any kind of justice in this world, you'd be lying in that morgue instead of that innocent kid. McManus shrugged. Come on, man, don't be so mad. There isn't nothing you can say that's going to bring him back now, is there? Edgar didn't answer. He felt as if he had rubbed his face in a bucket of wet grit, tired, dispirited, and anxious. I mean, death comes to all of us in time, doesn't it? Said McManus. Especially now. He got up off his bunk and walked around the confines of the cell. I mean, you and me. We're lucky we're inside here. Instead of outside here on the streets. Out there, well, I mean, wow, it could be perilous. Edgar looked up. What do you mean by that? Short McManus chewed his gum equably. What's the plague, man? How long have you been in here? The plague? It's all over Jersey. Everybody's supposed to lock themselves at home, man, and not go out. They got the National Guard patrolling the state line. And if you try to leave, you get blasted. It's true. I was out there ripping off a short, and that's why they pulled me in. Edgar Paston stared at Shark McManus for a moment, and then said, No, that's nonsense. My wife was here just a few hours ago. She didn't say anything about it. And why haven't the police told me? McManus shrugged. I don't know. It all happened real quick. They knew they had a couple of sick people in Atlantic City, but then I guess a few people panicked and kind of brought the plague up this way. But Tammy, said Edgar, My kids, they're out there. Shark McManus didn't look at all fazed. Don't worry about it, man. Everybody's out there, excepting us. Edgar Paston went to the bars and shouted for the guard. Forget it, man, said McManus. This whole joint is practically empty. They got all their guys out on the street, picking up the stiffs. I ain't joking, man. I saw a couple of stiffs myself, out by the crossroads. Edgar Paston turned on McManus. Kid, he said, if you're fooling me, so help me, I'll tear your head off. Shark McManus simply smiled. I ain't fooling. In that case, we have to get out of here. Why? This is the safest place. What you seem to forget is that my wife and kids are out there. Man, there's nothing you can do. Even if you get back home, they won't let you out of the state. Edgar Paston thumped on the bars of the cell. That's not the point. The point is that I'm a father, and my family's at risk. I have to be there. Shark McManus lay back on his bunk and thought for a while. Edgar shouted a few times, but when the prisoner in the next-door cell finally told him to keep his fucking yapper shut, he went back to his bunk and sat there with a gray, worried face and kept silent. An hour passed. Edgar Paston lay on his side for 20 minutes and dozed, but the light still glared in his eyes, and he had the added irritation of Shark McManus's endless whistling. He sat up and scratched his head. Are you awake, man? Said McManus. Yes, I'm awake. Listen, man, do you really want to get out of here? What do you suggest I do? Tear the cell door down with my bare hands? It doesn't have to be that complicated. If you want to get out of here, I can get you out. But you have to make me a promise. Edgar eased himself down off his bunk and looked at Shark McManus like a man who's found a dead cat under his bed. A promise? He said. To you? Shark McManus pulled a face. It's the only way, man. Either you make the promise or you stay here. But the whole reason I'm in here is because of you. That's the deal. No ifs or buts or maybes. Edgar lowered his head and sighed. Oh, it's the promise. All you have to do is take me with you. I need wheels, and I need some respectable support. With your image and my know-how, we can get out of Jersey and into Manhattan. And the way they say it on the news, it looks like Manhattan's a kind of a plague-free zone, and they ain't letting anyone catch it. You can really get me out? Sure. Do you promise? Well, it's up to you, man. Me, I don't have no family at all. I could sit here forever, and it wouldn't bug me. Edgar Paston looked serious. What you're asking me to do is go back on everything I think about people like you, he said quietly. I think I'd rather get help from a snake. Shark McManus grinned. That's settled then. Now all you have to do is lie on your bunk and start shaking and sweating and moaning. What the hell are you talking about? Just do it, man. Shake and sweat and moan. Reluctantly, Edgar Paston climbed up onto his bunk again and lay back. He made his hands tremble and started to wail feebly. Shark McManus looked at him in exasperation. I said shake and sweat and moan, man. You're supposed to be sick. You're supposed to be dying. You sound like you didn't do nothing worse than walk into a smelly public toilet. Edgar, more convincingly, shouted, Oh, God, I'm dying, oh, God, oh! That was when Shark McManus yelled for the guard. He didn't call politely, like Edgar had done. He screamed, Guard! At the highest pitch of his lungs, and straight away the duty cop came running down the corridor with his keys jangling. What's all the goddamned noise? "Guard," panted McManus. "You have to get me out of here. This guy's got plague. Look at him. He's dying." The guard peered anxiously through the bars. Edgar was twisting and groaning and clutching the bedclothes, trying to sound as if he was making his last struggle to fight off a virulent, fast-breeding disease. His performance was convincing enough to make the guard unlock the cell door and walk over to take a suspicious look at him. Edgar redoubled his cries and moans and rolled his eyes up into his head so that only the whites were exposed. Shark McManus softly stepped up behind the guard and hooked his revolver, pickpocket style, out of his holster. Then he called, "Okay, man, the plague's over for now." The guard swung around, reaching for a revolver that wasn't there. McManus was holding the gun in both hands, and there was a wan grin on his foxy face. "Throw your keys down," he said. "On the floor, man, and no shit." The guard did as he was told. Edgar got down off his bunk and stood uncertainly beside Shark, a reluctant lawbreaker who found himself increasingly committed to evading justice. He tried to smile reassuringly at the cop, but the cop just glared at him and said nothing. They locked the guard in their own cell and walked swiftly and quietly along the corridor to the stairs. Upstairs, treading as silently as they could, they found that McManus was right. The police station was almost deserted, except for a switchboard operator who was sitting behind a glass division with his back to them, busily dealing with emergency calls. They crossed the polished lobby, and they were out through the swing doors and into the night before anyone could notice. "You see," said McManus, "it's a piece of cake." Edgar said nothing. Now he was out of jail. He felt less inclined to keep McManus with him, but a promise was a promise, and even more persuasive than Edgar's honor was the fact that McManus was now armed. Edgar said, "This way," and they began to walk through the night towards the crossroads. They kept as close as they could to buildings and shadows, but even Edgar doubted if anyone was out looking for them. The night was different. There was a curious atmosphere about it that made him both excited and fearful. He could hear ambulance sirens warbling along the highway to Newark, and there was hardly any traffic around at all. A couple of police cars passed them by, and they squeezed themselves into the doorway of a delicatessen. But the cars were silently speeding on a more important errand, their red lights flashing urgently through the dark. "How far is your house now?" asked Shark McManus. "You know that when they start looking, that's the first place they're going to check up on." "Just around the next corner," panted Edgar. "That's it. The one with the hacienda ironwork." McManus nodded. "Nice residence, man. Looks like it pays to run a supermarket." Edgar glanced at him and said nothing. McManus added edgily, "Well, I guess you have to make allowances for accidental damage." Edgar rang the door chimes. There was a long pause, and for a moment he thought that Tammy had gone away, or was lying upstairs, dead. But then the light went on in the hall, and she came to the door, in her pink dressing gown and curlers. "Edgar, what's happened? Did they let you out?" Edgar stepped quickly inside the house, hurried Shark McManus in after him, and closed the door. He kissed Tammy and held her close to him, for a moment too overwhelmed to speak. Tammy, this is someone who helped me." "Someone who helped you? What do you mean?" "We just broke out of the jail. The plague is everywhere, Tammy, and they're not even looking for us. We have to get away." Tammy was incredulous. "You broke out? But why?" "Tammy, we have to get away. Shark says there are bodies in the streets out at the crossroads. The plague is everywhere. There are people dying like flies." "That's true, ma'am," nodded McManus. "Flies." Tammy looked from Shark to Edgar, and back again. It said on the news it was okay. They said the state was in quarantine and that nobody was supposed to leave, but it was all right if you stayed indoors. Shark shook his head. Baloney. I've been out on the street and I seen it. This thing kills you like you wouldn't believe. I saw 4 stiffs on Main Street alone. I rolled a couple of them for jewelry. They must have died instant. Tammy frowned anxiously at Shark and said, Edgar, is this boy a criminal? Shark held out his hand. Oh, don't you worry about me, ma'am. I'm strictly from petty larceny. You know, phone booths, that kind of stuff. I just came along with your husband here to help. Edgar took Tammy's arm and gripped it firmly to communicate his tension and his seriousness. Darling, this is our only chance. Shark knows the streets and how to avoid the law. He got me out of jail in about 5 minutes, I swear it. Apart from that, he has a gun. Shark waved his heavy black police .38. You see? Fully loaded, too. Tammy looked at Shark, and she saw in his eyes the cold, concealed threat that even Edgar hadn't detected yet. I see, she said quietly. In that case, I suppose I'd better get the children ready. Edgar could see she was upset. He reached for her hand again as she turned to go upstairs. Tammy, he said, you have to see that this is the only way. Tammy didn't turn around. If you say so, Edgar. She went upstairs, and Edgar watched her go, biting his lip. Shark, tucking his revolver back in his pants, said, Hey, man, I hope I haven't caused you any domestic what's-its-name. You know, I may rip off a few stores now and then, but I ain't no homebreaker. Edgar shook his head. No, I don't think you could break us up if you tried, Shark. Tammy and me, well, people say we're inseparable. Shark grinned. Hey, that's cute, man. I love a story with a happy ending. It didn't take Tammy long to get everything packed. She loaded the Mercury wagon with canned food, blankets, medical supplies, water, soft drinks, and spare clothes. Shark McManus kept a lookout for police cars. But the streets of Edgar Paston's tidy suburb were silent under the early morning stars, and the only sign of life was a neighbor's curtain twitching suspiciously as they prepared to leave. At 3:15, they locked up the house. Chrissy and Marvin, yawning, climbed into the back of the car with Tammy, while Edgar drove and Shark McManus sat next to him. Shark kept his revolver resting on his lap. He was behaving amiably, but he was also making it clear that any interference or argument would not particularly amuse him. They kept the radio playing in case there was any news of National Guard blockades or possible escape routes from Jersey. Every half hour, there was a plague bulletin and a repeated message telling people what to do if they thought they had plague. The message was sober, but it was also absurdly optimistic. And if you didn't know how terrifyingly quickly the plague could spread across the eastern seaboard, you could have been forgiven for thinking that your pallor, your pains, and your chronic diarrhea were nothing worse than a severe tummy bug. The Pastons and Shark McManus drove through the pallid night into the early dawn. They were flagged down once by a motorcycle cop just outside Jersey City, but he seemed more interested in checking Edgar's driver's license and questioning their destination. He looked around the station wagon a couple of times and then waved them on. He was obviously tired out after a night's duty. The radio said, "Now it's important not to let your anxiety about this epidemic prompt you into ill-considered action. The federal authorities in charge of this situation say that the best thing you can do, safer for your family and safer for your neighbors, is to stay home. If you do not have sufficient foodstuffs to last you, well, simply wave a makeshift flag or banner from your windows, and your local police department will bring you supplies. Stay at home, folks. It's the sensible way, and it's the safest way." Tammy said, They're bound to stop us and send us back home, Edgar. Why don't we just turn back? Please. Shark McManus turned in his seat. Of course they'll stop us. But if we use our noodles, they won't turn us back. Now relax, will you? I have some brain work to do. Tammy said, Edgar, tell him we're turning back. But Edgar said nothing and kept on driving through the outskirts of dreary Jersey City, through the silent, deserted suburbs, with the emasculated obedience of a man who knows he will never have the courage to argue against a gun. Shark McManus, chewing gum noisily and repetitively, directed Edgar through the streets of Jersey with laconic expertise. It was a dead city of parked cars and wind-blown garbage, and the gradually brightening sky only made its shabbiness look worse. Tammy sat there, pale-faced, with dark rings under her eyes, and the two children silently dozed, with heads lolling against the seat. Tammy was coming along because Edgar was her husband, and she was Edgar's wife, but with a strange kind of internal tension that she had never felt before. She was beginning to suspect that Edgar was not the man she had once thought him to be. She even wondered if he had shot that Boy Scout out of something more than the righteous defense of property and the American way, out of violence even, and calculated hatred. A bond of some sort, an understanding, seemed to have grown up between Edgar and this hoodlum Shark McManus. She looked at the back of her husband's neck as he drove, and it looked like the back of a stranger, someone she didn't love very much at all. At 5:30 in the morning, they stopped. She opened her eyes and realized she'd been sleeping. They were third or fourth in a line of cars that was being checked by police and National Guardsmen by the entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel. Edgar, she said, what's happening? Edgar didn't turn around. Lincoln Tunnel, he said flatly. We got as far as here, and we didn't get stopped by the cops once. We can thank Shark for that. That's right, ma'am, grinned Shark McManus. Right through them back streets like rabbits through a warren. Anytime you want to get yourself out of a jam, just call on Shark McManus and you're saved. Service with a smile. Tammy said, They won't let us through here, whatever happens. Shark pointed across the gray ruffled waters of the Hudson to the gray spectral spires of Manhattan. This morning, the city looked like a ghostly mirage of itself, an oasis of purity in a desert of disease. You see that? He said, smiling lopsidedly. That's where we're headed, ma'am, and ain't nobody gonna stand in our way. Two cops in amber sunglasses strode up to their car and signaled for Edgar to roll down his window. They looked tired, but tough, and they had 4 or 5 armed National Guardsmen backing them up. Hi, folks, said the cop, checking the inside of the car. And I ask where you come from and where you believe you're headed? We came from Elizabeth, New Jersey, said Edgar in a dry voice. And we're headed for there, put in Shark, nodding towards Manhattan. The cop looked thoughtful. Behind him, one of the guardsmen was yawning. Yeah, I'm sorry, folks, said the cop, but we have emergency regulations in force right now. Nobody is permitted to leave the state of New Jersey, and nobody is permitted to enter Manhattan. Edgar Paston lowered his head tiredly. What you're saying is we have to turn around and go home. I'm afraid that's the message, folks, said the cop. Edgar turned to Shark. Looks like we don't have any option, he said. Shark shook his head. Life is full of options, man. He produced the police .38 from under the seat, cocked it, and pointed it straight at Edgar's head, a half-inch from his right ear. The two cops quickly stepped back and drew their pistols. One of them called, Hey, George, trouble! to the National Guardsmen. The men lifted their rifles. Two of them ran across to the other side of the road to keep the Pastons covered. "Okay, kid," yelled one of the cops in a rough voice. "Don't be a dead wise guy. Throw the gun out and come out of there with your hands up." "Start the engine, Edgar," hissed McManus. "What?" said Edgar faintly. "Start the fucking engine. Get this heap moving." "They'll kill us." "No, they won't. They're good guys. Now get moving." Edgar hesitantly reached for the ignition keys and started the engine. Shark screamed, "If any of you guys fires a single shot, this dummy gets it in the brain. Just one shot, you hear?" Tammy said, "Please, you don't know what you're doing." "Of course I know what I'm doing," said Shark. "I'm getting us into Manhattan. Now move your ass, Edgar, or I'll blow your head off." Slowly, the Mercury wagon rolled down the gradient towards the tunnel. 2 or 3 police and National Guardsmen jogged along beside it, while the rest of them ran back to their patrol cars, started them up, and tailed the Pastons at a circumspect distance. As they entered the tunnel, a police bullhorn gave them a raucous message, weirdly distorted by echoes and half drowned by the draft that blew through the tunnel from the Manhattan shore. "Listen, kid, throw out the gun. You don't have a chance. We have both ends of the tunnel sealed. You'll never get away with it. Throw out your gun and you won't get hurt." Tammy was sobbing. Chrissy and Marvin sat white and frightened. Only Shark was relaxed. He held the .38 steadily against Edgar's head and chewed gum as casually as if he were propping up a street corner. "Come on, Edgar," he coaxed. "Drive a little faster, man." Edgar speeded up. He could see the black and white police car 15 or 20 yards behind him, with all its lights on. They were going too fast now for the jogging cops and guardsmen to keep alongside, and McManus even found time to wave to them. "So long, suckers. See you in the city." The drive through the Lincoln Tunnel seemed endless. As they went deeper under the Hudson, it seemed to Tammy that it was more like the end of the world than ever. There were tears running down her face, and her hands were tightly clenched in her lap. Gradually, they perceived the gray light of morning ahead of them, washing wanly down the tunnel gradient. They also saw the police cars pulled across the roadway, and the armed officers waiting for them. "Okay," said Shark, "this is the difficult part. Stay cool and everyone is going to be fine." "What do you want us to do?" asked Edgar in a numb voice. Shark peered along the tunnel towards the roadblock. "There ain't no way we're going to smash our way through there, so we're going to have to walk. Just before you get to the roadblock, pull up, sharp. Then we all get out of the car at once, and we stroll in a bunch towards the cops and through. I want you in front, Edgar, and I'm going to have this piece right up against your skull. Then I want the missus and the kids all around me, so none of those police marksmen starts taking pot shots. You understand?" Edgar nodded. They were only 70 yards away from the roadblock now. He could see the police squatting down behind their cars, gripping their guns in readiness. The patrol car that had been tailing them all the way through the tunnel edged closer, and its headlights dazzled Edgar in his rear view mirror. They rolled nearer and nearer the roadblock. The patrol car behind them was almost touching their rear bumper. "Stop!" said Shark McManus, and opened his door. There was an echoing silence. Shark beckoned Edgar to shift himself across the front seat and pulled him out through the passenger door. Then he gripped the back of Edgar's shirt collar with one hand and pressed the .38 against his skull with the other. "Don't anyone move!" he yelled. "One move and this guy gets it." Then he snapped at Tammy. "Come on, man, get your butt out of that car and stand here." Tammy opened her door. It was never recorded what the New York police thought she was going to do, or whether they had any reason to believe she might be armed. But there was a sudden echoing crackle of shots, and the rear windows of the Mercury were smashed into milk and blood. Edgar yelped and tried to reach the car, but McManus fiercely tugged him away and kept the gun pressed to his head. "Don't shoot!" screamed McManus. "One more shot and I kill him!" The police held their fire. Awkward, crab-like, holding Edgar tight against him. Shark McManus shuffled towards them. One of the cops raised his gun, but the lieutenant in charge waved him back. There was silence as Shark McManus and Edgar Paston made their way slowly up the Lincoln Tunnel towards daylight. They were covered every foot of the way, but the police had not yet been given instructions to fire on potential plague carriers, and they let them pass. "Have them followed," said the lieutenant impatiently. "They can't walk around like Siamese twins for the rest of their lives. The minute that kid drops his guard, I want him hit." He turned back to the Mercury wagon. A young paramedic was opening the door and easing Tammy and the children out. There was blood everywhere. Tammy had been hit in the left breast and left shoulder. Chrissy had been hit in the ear, and Marvin had been hit twice in the chest. They were all still alive, but the doctor was shaking his head and looking pessimistic. "Do I have to take them back to Jersey?" he asked the lieutenant. "Those few extra minutes are going to make all the difference." The lieutenant shrugged. "It's the rules, Jack. Nobody gets into Manhattan alive or dead. I'm sorry." "Christ," said the doctor. "You shot him." The lieutenant grunted. "Sure, but I didn't infect them." The doctor nodded towards the slowly disappearing figures of Shark McManus and Edgar. "What about those two?" "We'll get 'em. Just stick to what you're good at. Band-Aids and lint." Long after Shark McManus and his hostage had disappeared from sight, the police could hear Edgar weeping, his sobs echoing and distorted down the empty tunnel like the cries of a lonesome seal. One of the 4 people who had died of plague on the main street of Elizabeth, New Jersey, on Friday night was a 52-year-old insurance salesman from Hoboken named Henry Casarato. The pain of his dying had been so intense that he had bitten his own left hand, and his infected sputum had dribbled onto his fingers and his red signet ring. His signet ring, New Jersey police discovered, had been removed by a looter sometime after his death. They had no way of knowing that it was now on the right hand of Shark McManus, and so they had no way of warning the detectives and patrolmen who followed McManus along West 39th Street on Saturday morning that their only possible hope of survival was to shoot first and worry about police procedure later. It was 6 minutes after 6 o'clock, and the plague had arrived in Manhattan. Three. On Sunday afternoon, it began to rain. The temperature dropped 6 or 7 degrees, and there was a heavy, cloudy wind from the sea. Dr. Petrie drove northwards, up the Atlantic coast of New Jersey, with Adelaide fast asleep beside him, and Prickles singing softly to herself in the back. The plague had stricken New Jersey swiftly and relentlessly, as if the living breath had been stolen from the whole 7,000 square miles of it in one night. Bodies lay prone on the rain-slicked roads, just where they had fallen. Cars and trucks were abandoned in the middle of the highway, with their drivers sitting like pallid waxworks behind the wheel. They passed a few other cars, driving aimlessly through the wet afternoon, but almost every town they came to was deserted, silent and strewn with bodies. Leonard Petrie drove through Perth Amboy at 5:45 and calculated on reaching Manhattan before it grew too dark. The rain lashed against the windshield, and the tires made a sizzling noise on the concrete highway. He sucked peppermint and watched the wipers flopping backwards and forwards, trying to think of diseases and diagnoses he should have remembered from medical school, just to keep himself from closing his eyes and dropping off to sleep. Prickles sang, "There was an old woman tossed up in a blanket, 17 times as high as the moon." The radio strangely was silent, except for whoops and squeaks and whistles and the occasional burst of Morse. He had picked up regular broadcasts from New York stations until about lunchtime, when they had suddenly faded. He had had no idea of the plague now for almost 6 hours, and no idea if Manhattan Island had been sealed off, or if it was still possible for refugees to cross the Hudson and seek sanctuary. He felt as if the whole world had died around them, as if they were consigned to drive for the rest of their lives down dull, rainy streets of empty cities, searching for an America that had gone forever and could never be found again. Every now and then, he saw helicopters beating across the windy sky, and he tried flashing his headlights at them. One of them had seen him and had circled noisily overhead for a few minutes, but then it had heeled away and headed westwards like all of the others. The plague had made people even more suspicious and violent and remote than ever before. Whenever he had visited New York before, Dr. Petrie had always flown into LaGuardia. He remembered the glittering spires of the Empire State and the Chrysler Building, and the sparkle of traffic along Roosevelt Drive and the Triborough Bridge approaches. But now, as the World Trade Towers loomed out of the murky dusk, and the skyline of Wall Street and downtown Manhattan emerged from the rain behind them, he realized, with a sensation of eerie apprehension, that the city was in darkness. As far as he could see across the choppy black waters of the Hudson, Manhattan Island was a sinister castle in the sea, with buildings that stood like pale and ancient ramparts, gleaming dimly through the low clouds and the teeming rain. Not a light winked anywhere. He pulled the car to the side of the street and switched off the engine. The sound of rain pattering on the vinyl roof was the only sound there was in the whole world. Dr. Petrie rubbed grit from his eyes and leaned his head forward in exhausted resignation. For the first time in days, he didn't know what to do or which way to turn. Adelaide stirred and opened her eyes. "Leonard," she said, "what is it? Why have you stopped?" Dr. Petrie looked up. Then he nodded towards the distant skyline. Adelaide blinked her eyes and peered into the gloom. "Leonard," she said, "that's New York. Leonard, we've made it." She reached over happily and kissed him, but he gently pushed her away and pointed out into the dusk. "Look again." She frowned. "Oh, what's happened?" she said. "Where are the lights?" He shook his head. They could have had a power failure. It's happened before. Adelaide stared at him. There was an uncomfortable silence between them that was prolonged by their mutual refusal to acknowledge what had happened. Finally, Adelaide said, "It's the plague, isn't it? They've caught it here." Dr. Petrie nodded. "Yes," he said huskily. "I expect they have." "What are we going to do?" she asked. "Oh, God, Leonard, we can't go on running away forever. The plague seems to spread faster than we can move." Dr. Petrie coughed. "I don't know. I just don't know what to do. I suppose in the end we'll catch it like everybody else." "Well, we haven't caught it yet." Dr. Petrie stared at the dribbles of rain coursing down the windshield. "I don't know whether that's a blessing or not. What's the use of staying alive when there's nobody else around to make it worthwhile? What does a doctor do when all his patients are 6 feet underground?" Adelaide leaned over and kissed him. "Leonard, you're tired. You've been driving for days. Don't get depressed." Quite unexpectedly, Dr. Petrie found himself weeping. It was years since he'd last cried. Adelaide watched him tenderly and said nothing. "I'm sorry," he said, blowing his nose. "That was ridiculous." Adelaide shook her head. No, it wasn't. You have a lot of things to cry for. Doesn't help solve her problems. It might do. It might stop you from bottling all your feelings up and turning yourself into a nervous wreck. You've had so much to contend with. I'm a doctor. Doctors don't get sick. Adelaide smiled. Don't you believe it? Prickles, who had been sleeping on the back seat, stirred and yawned. Is it time for Star Trek yet? She said, sitting up. Adelaide pulled a face at her. How can you watch Star Trek in a car? I forgot, said Prickles, rubbing her eyes. I was having a dream. I wasn't in a car. Anyway, said Adelaide, having no television is probably the best thing that ever happened to you. All that garbage they put on for kids. And think of your health. Think of all that radiation you get from sitting in front of color TVs, not to mention the eye strain. Dr. Petrie was just about to start up the car again, but he paused. He turned to Adelaide and said, What? She was confused. What do you mean? What was that you just said? I don't know. Eye strain, something like that. Before that. Oh, you mean radiation? That's right, radiation. Radiation from color TVs. Adelaide said brusquely, I wish you'd kindly explain what radiation has got to do with anything. I don't know precisely, said Dr. Petrie. Do you remember what they said on the radio about certain people being less prone to plague than others? Children was one category, and so were Con Ed power workers and doctors. You've lost me. No, it's very simple. That was what I was trying to work out before. I was trying to think why Anton Selmer and I should both escape the plague, even though we were heavily exposed to it. There were one or two other doctors at the hospital, too, who seemed to be immune. Now you mention children, sitting in front of color TVs. How many hours of television does the average American kid watch per day? Don't ask me. 6 or 7? Dr. Petrie nodded. Right. It's a lot of television and a lot of radiation. And that's what Dr. Selmer and I had in common, and what we've all got in common with certain types of power workers and others. We were supervising X-rays, and we must have picked up a mild dose of radioactivity. Adelaide thought about it. Well, it's a theory, isn't it? She said. I mean, it's better than no theory at all. Dr. Petrie started up the car, and they pulled away from the curbside. Well, it could be nonsense, but it's the only thing that seems to fit. I mean, if the plague has been mutated into a super plague, maybe it was mutated by radioactivity, in which case radioactivity seems to be the only thing that can ward it off. They drove through the rain towards the Holland Tunnel entrance. Are you going into Manhattan? Adelaide asked. Dr. Petrie nodded. I guess we have to. They can't have had the plague for very long, and if I've got some kind of theory about curing it, I think I really have to tell someone. But Leonard, what's the matter? Well, don't you want to go? Leonard, it's not a question of wanting to go. Look at it. It's dark, and it's getting darker. That city's bad enough when it has lights. It's going to be a jungle in there. You can't take Prickles into that. Dr. Petrie slowed the car and took a long left-hand curve. The rain fell through the light of their headlamps in a careless pattern. Adelaide, he said quietly, I don't see that we have any choice. All we have to do is find someplace secure to stay for the night, and then tomorrow we can get in touch with the hospitals. As long as I can tell someone about this radiation theory, we're okay. Then we can leave. Leonard, said Adelaide, I'm frightened. Can't you understand that? He glanced at her. Don't you think I'm frightened too? Then why go? We could skirt around New York altogether and drive up to the Catskills. We would be safe there. You said before that we were going to find ourselves a place to stay until the plague was all over. Dr. Petrie nodded. I know. Then please, Leonard. They had almost reached the tunnel entrance. For a moment he was tempted to turn around and escape from the plague for good. They could drive upstate and into Canada and leave America to the ravages of fast-breeding bacilli and whatever fate was in store for her. But then he shook his head. Adelaide, he said, I've only got a theory, but maybe nobody else has put 2 and 2 together in quite the same way. Maybe this could help to cure the plague or slow it down, and if it does that, How can I leave Manhattan with a clear conscience? There are 7 million people in the city, Adelaide, and if I only saved a seventh of them, that would be 1 million people. Can you imagine saving the lives of 1 million people? Adelaide lowered her head. Do you think, Leonard, that even one of those 1 million people would stick their neck out to save you? I don't know. That's irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. You're risking your life to save people you don't even know, and who would probably leave you to die in the gutter if it meant putting themselves out. Leonard, you're not a miracle worker. You're not a saint. I know you want to be famous, but not this way. What's the use of being famous when you're dead? Dr. Petrie was straining his eyes, trying to see the tunnel entrance. He stopped the car and shifted it into park. It's nothing to do with fame, Adelaide. If anything, it's to do with shame. I ran out on Anton Selmer. I left him to cope with the plague alone. If you really want to know the truth, I'm ashamed of myself. I feel I betrayed something. She looked at him, carefully. Is that why you tried to shoot that security guard in the car park? Because you were ashamed of yourself? Probably. I don't know. Oh, Leonard. They sat in silence for a while, and then Dr. Petrie said, If you want to stay behind, darling, you better stay. But I've got to go into the city, and that's all there is to it. I love you, you know. Do you? He nodded. I don't know whether to believe you or not, she said. She paused, and her eyes were glistening in the darkness. But I'll come. If that's what you want, I'll come. Prickles interrupted. Have we got to that place yet? What place, honey? Newark. Adelaide laughed. It's New York, not Newark. Yes, honey, we're almost there. Daddy's just going to take a look-see and make sure this tunnel's okay. Aren't you, Daddy? Dr. Petrie grinned. Sure, I won't be long. Just hang on in there. He took his rifle and climbed cautiously out of the car. It was so wet and gloomy as he walked up to the entrance to Holland Tunnel that he couldn't see what had happened at first. A large armored police van was parked diagonally across the road, and 2 black and white police cars were parked on the curb. A torch was shining dimly somewhere behind the cars, but Dr. Petrie couldn't see anyone around. Rain spattered into his face and seeped into his shoes. Hello? He called. Is there anyone there? There was a long, rain-swept silence. Across the river, in the murky graveyard of Manhattan, he thought he heard the brief, echoing wail of a siren, but he couldn't be sure. He walked up to the van and peered into its rain-beaded window. Inside, huddled on the seats, were 5 or 6 policemen, and they were all dead. Dr. Petrie circled around the cars, holding his rifle at the ready, and found a 7th cop, hunched up and pale, with his face in a puddle. In his hand was an electric torch, which was still shining. Dr. Petrie stood there in the rain, staring at him for a while, and then he turned around and went back to Adelaide and Prickles. The plague is here, too. They're all dead. Oh, God, Adelaide sighed. Prickles said, Is this Newark, Daddy? Can we go there? He looked back at her and smiled. We're on our way, honey. Dr. Petrie started up the car and drove around the police van, down the rain-streaked entranceway to the tunnel. All the lights were out, and it was pitch black, hot and stifling. The journey through the tunnel was like a miserable and terrifying ride on a ghost train. The sound of their car made an uncanny roar, and their headlights cast weird shapes and shadows. Dr. Petrie had to drive slowly because of derelict cars lying wrecked and abandoned, and bodies sprawled on the ground. He had a horror of driving over a corpse by mistake. It took almost half an hour of slow driving to get through the tunnel. He was worried that the car wouldn't make it. It was now caked with dust and grime, and dented from countless collisions and rough detours. During the long haul north, Dr. Petrie had begun to wonder if life wasn't anything but narrow back roads and rutted tracks, and the Delta 88's creaking rear suspension agreed with him. At last, They were climbing the tunnel gradient towards Manhattan. They emerged on Canal Street in steady rain and darkness. Slowing down to 5 or 6 miles an hour, they crept cautiously east towards the Bowery, headlights probing the streets, looking for any sign of life or death. The dark city enclosed them like a nightmarish maze, hideous, threatening, and unfamiliar. They saw the first bodies on the Bowery. There weren't many, but they lay on the sidewalks and in the road with their clothes sodden and their eyes staring sightlessly at the ground. "Isn't there anyone around anywhere?" asked Adelaide, looking out into the night. "The whole place seems deserted." As they turned uptown, they began to see a few lights, dim candles burning high up in apartment block windows and hotels. They also saw living people for the first time. Every building's entrance seemed to be locked and patrolled by security guards and vigilantes with torches and guns. On 2nd Avenue, Dr. Petrie pulled the Delta 88 into the curb and shouted to a man standing outside an office block with a rifle and a guard dog. "Hey, can you tell me what's happening?" The man raised his rifle. "Scram!" he snapped back. "I just came in from Jersey," shouted Dr. Petrie. "I want to find out what's happening." The man waved his rifle again. "If you don't get the fuck out of here, I'm going to blow your head off." Dr. Petrie said, "Listen." The man fired one rifle shot into the air. It made a booming sound that echoed all the way down the avenue. Dr. Petrie closed his window and swung the car away from the curb as quickly as he could. As they drove further uptown, they drove slowly into hell. In the distance, up beyond 110th Street, there was the rising glow of burning buildings as white youths ransacked Harlem and the Spanish ghetto. Even through the rain, there was an acrid smell of smoke and burning rubber. All around them, white and colored looters were running wildly through the darkened streets, breaking windows and raiding stores. Bodies lay everywhere, infected by the plague or killed by muggers. Dr. Petrie saw a black girl lying dead on the sidewalk, her green dress up under her arms. He saw a young boy of 15 or 16 who had fallen face first onto a broken store window. It was the noise that was the worst. All through the dark canyons of Manhattan, there was the screeching and wailing of sirens, the endless smashing of windows, the report of gunfire, and a kind of grating roar, like a demonic beast, crunching glass between its teeth, as the panicking population screamed and howled in a frenzy of destruction and despair. "Do you know where it is, the nearest hospital?" asked Adelaide tensely, her eyes wide with fear, as they drove across 23rd Street. Dr. Petrie nodded. "I want to get to Bellevue on 1st Avenue. I visited there once before, and I know one or two of the staff. I just hope to God they're still alive." Across the street, they saw a gang of black youths pushing over a Lincoln and setting fire to it. The fuel tank exploded in a hideous glare, and one of the youths was drenched in fiery gasoline. The others stood around and laughed as the boy shrieked and stumbled and tried to beat the fire away from his blazing face. Adelaide raised her hand to her mouth and retched, "Oh my God, Leonard, it's unbearable!" Dr. Petrie reached over and briefly squeezed her shoulder. "Please, darling, we're nearly there now." Suddenly, he heard a siren whooping behind him. He looked in his mirror, and a blue and white police car came flashing and howling down 26th Street, flagging him down in a tire-slithering curve. Dr. Petrie stopped the car and waited. Two cops, guns drawn, climbed out of the police car and walked towards them. Both men wore respirators and gloves. They stood a few feet away from the Delta 88, and one of them called out in a muffled voice, "Get out of the car!" Dr. Petrie opened the door and did as he was told. "Hands against the roof," called the cop. Dr. Petrie laid his hands on the wet vinyl. The rain was easing off now, but it was still enough to make him feel uncomfortable. "Don't you know there's a curfew?" asked the cop. "What are you doing on the streets?" "I just came in from Jersey. I didn't know about the curfew." "From Jersey?" "That's right, but we're not infected. None of us has plague." "What makes you so sure?" "Well, we came from Miami originally. We've been exposed to plague for 5 or 6 days, and none of us have caught it. I'm a doctor. Would you like to see my ID?" "Just hold it up." Dr. Petrie did as he was told. One of the cops shone a torch on the papers and leaned forward to read them. "Seems okay," he told his buddy. "Have you had the plague here long?" asked Dr. Petrie. "I thought you were going to try to seal the whole city off." The cop shook his head. "That's what we thought too, but it seems like some nut managed to get through. Real neighborly, huh? We had the first calls yesterday evening, and it's been total panic ever since." "Does everybody have to stay off the streets?" "Well, it's for your own protection, Doctor. Ever since the power went out, we've had every psycho and madman out on the streets like bugs crawling out of a drain." "What about the federal government? Are they helping?" The cop shrugged. "Who knows? The last I heard, the city of New York was told by the president to act brave and go down with all flags flying." "Jesus, you can't cure it, so what's the use?" Dr. Petrie said, "Maybe it can be cured. I'm on my way to Bellevue right now to talk about it." The cop holstered his gun. "Well, if you can cure it, you deserve to be called a saint." Dr. Petrie climbed back into his car, and the cop called out, "Watch your step around Bellevue. The medical workers are still out on strike, and it ain't exactly a ladies' coffee morning. You got a gun?" Dr. Petrie nodded. "Well, take my advice and use it. Wild animals are out tonight, and I don't like to see innocent people getting themselves torn apart." The cop was right about Bellevue. In the dim and unsteady light of emergency generators, a sullen group of medical workers was picketing the casualty department, and there was an angry crowd of relatives and parents trying to force their way through with plague-sick people on makeshift stretchers. 20 or 30 ambulances were jammed in the street, and more arrived every moment in a deafening moan of sirens. Dr. Petrie parked the Delta 88 and helped Adelaide and Prickles out. He collected his automatic rifle and a couple of clips of ammunition too, and then locked the car. No doubt some marauding gang would break into it and steal what few possessions they had left, but they might be lucky. With Adelaide carrying Prickles behind him, he pushed his way through the shouting crowds towards the hospital entrance. One woman with disheveled hair and torn tights was shrieking at a picket. "Bastards, murderers, you're all going to hell!" The picket was yelling back, "That ain't true. That ain't the truth. You want your sick looked after so much, you do it yourself." Another man bellowed, "What would Jesus have done? Tell me that. What would Jesus have done?" Dr. Petrie found himself wedged between a burly picket and a tall black man in a blood-stained alpaca suit. He pushed, but they wouldn't give way. Finally, he lifted his rifle and prodded the picket in the back with it. The man turned around, sweaty and aggressive, and said, "Who the fuck are you pushing, Charlie?" "Out of my way," Dr. Petrie shouted. "Just get out of my way." "What are you going to do, shoot?" roared the man. "You wouldn't have the fucking nerve." Dr. Petrie, afraid and angry, fired the rifle at the man's legs. The picket yelled in pain and dropped to the ground on one knee. "My foot, Christ, you've hit my fucking foot!" There was blood spattered all over the ground. The crowds heaved back, swaying away from Dr. Petrie and the sound of the shot. He roughly pushed Adelaide and Prickles around the fallen picket and shoved them in through the cracked glass doors of the casualty department. A security guard, trying too late to keep them out, slammed the doors behind them and bolted them. "I'm a doctor," said Dr. Petrie, breathlessly, holding up his papers. The security guard glared at him. "A doctor?" he said, "with a gun?" "Have you been out there?" snapped Dr. Petrie. "Have you seen what it's like?" "What do you want?" said the guard. "Was that shooting out there?" Prickles was crying. Dr. Petrie said firmly, "I want to speak to the doctor in charge of the plague. I have some very important information. Can you call him for me, please?" The security guard looked uncertain. Outside, the pickets were hammering on the door. One of them smashed the glass with a pickaxe handle and reached in to try and open the locks. "Seems like you're in trouble," said the security guard. "I'm sorry, friend, but I can't let you stay here. It's more than my job's worth." Dr. Petrie lifted his rifle. Adelaide said, "Oh God, Leonard, no more shooting." He didn't listen. Still panting for breath, he told the security guard to lay his revolver on the floor. "Now call the doctor in charge of the plague," he said coldly, "and make it goddamned quick." The security guard lifted the phone and pushed buttons. Dr. Petrie kept an anxious eye on the doors, while the guard asked the switchboard to connect him with Dr. Murray. The pickets were systematically thumping their shoulders against the frame, and one of the top bolts was already hanging loose from its screws. Eventually, with a sour face, the guard passed the phone to Dr. Petrie. "Dr. Murray," said Dr. Petrie. "I have to be quick because we have a kind of disturbance down here. My name's Dr. Leonard Petrie, and I'm a physician from Miami, Florida. I know a great deal about the plague from experience, and I also have a theory about treating it. Can I come up and see you?" Dr. Murray sounded elderly and cautious. "You say you come from Miami? I thought they were all wiped out down there." "I managed to escape with my daughter and a friend. I just arrived in New York, and I really have to see you." "I'm a busy man, Dr. Petrie." "I know that, Dr. Murray, but this could save hundreds of lives, maybe millions." The casualty department doors were almost off their hinges. The pickets were shouting and kicking at the wood and glass. Adelaide was clutching Prickles close and retreating as far back down the corridor as she could. "Dr. Murray?" asked Dr. Petrie. There was a pause. Finally, Dr. Murray said, "Oh, very well, but I can only spare you 5 minutes. Come up and see me on the 5th floor, room 532. Dr. Petrie put back the phone. Almost at the same moment, the angry pickets burst open the casualty department doors and scrambled inside with their makeshift weapons. Dr. Petrie lifted his rifle. The pickets held back, but they watched him intently and closely, and as he stepped away from them down the corridor, following Adelaide, they stalked after him with hard and humorless faces. "Leonard," said Adelaide nervously. "Leonard, they'll kill us." Dr. Petrie stopped retreating. He raised the rifle to his shoulder and took a bead on the nearest picket. The men stayed where they were, silent and threatening, but he could sense that they were uncertain. He said slowly and loudly, "You have 10 seconds to turn around and get out of here. Then I start shooting and I don't care what I hit." The pickets stayed where they were. For one terrible moment, he thought they were going to call his bluff and make him open fire. He could feel the sweat running down inside his collar, and his hands were shaking. "Do you hear me?" he shouted. 10 seconds. A man with a fire axe took a pace nearer. Dr. Petrie swung the rifle around and aimed it at his head, and the man stopped. 8 seconds. The pickets looked at each other. One of them said, Fuck it, we'll get him later," and threw down his chair leg. One by one, the others did the same. Quickly, Dr. Petrie took Adelaide by the arm and led her down the corridor to the stairs. He didn't trust elevators, but the power the way it was. They found Dr. Murray in a cluttered office on the 5th floor, talking on the internal telephone, and drinking black coffee out of a plastic cup. He was a gray-haired, intense-looking man with big fleshy ears and heavy horn-rimmed spectacles. "Dr. Murray," said Petrie, putting out his hand. Dr. Murray shook it limply. "You better take a seat," said Dr. Murray, mournfully. "Just move those papers. There's a chair under there someplace." They sat down. Dr. Petrie self-consciously propped his rifle against the side of Dr. Murray's desk, but Dr. Murray didn't register surprise or concern. "Now," said Dr. Murray, "what is it you wanted to see me about?" "It's the plague," explained Dr. Petrie. "It started in Miami, and I saw some of the earliest cases myself and treated them." "With any success?" asked Dr. Murray dourly. "Not at all. The only thing we discovered was that it was related to Pastorella pestis, but that it didn't respond to the usual antibiotics or serums." "I know that," said Dr. Murray. "So what are you trying to tell me?" Dr. Petrie coughed. "I'm trying to tell you, Dr. Murray, that even though it's a fast-breeding bacillus with no known antidote, a bacillus that has wiped out almost the entire population of the eastern seaboard in 1 week, I haven't caught it." "I can see that." "You don't understand," insisted Dr. Petrie. "I haven't caught it for a reason. My daughter hasn't caught it for a reason. My girlfriend hasn't caught it because she has stayed almost exclusively with us, and we're never going to get it." Dr. Murray opened a drawer in his desk, took out a pack of stale larks, and unsteadily lit one up. He kept the cigarette in his mouth, puffing smoke out sideways like a poker player. "What you're trying to tell me, Dr. Petrie, is that you know why you haven't caught it. Is that it?" "Exactly. We haven't caught it because we've been exposed to radiation. In my case, it's X-rays. In my daughter's case, colored television. I believe now that my daughter did get a mild dose of plague, but because she was kept away from other carriers, she recovered." Dr. Murray took off his spectacles. "I don't understand you, Dr. Petrie. How can radiation possibly have any effect on a plague bacillus?" "It can have an enormous effect. It's my supposition that, somehow, radiation reached the raw sewage that was dumped off the Long Island coast, and that within the radioactive sewage, the common plague bacillus mutated into a fast-growing and very virulent superplague. Perhaps further doses of radiation can mutate it further into a harmless form, or slow down its incubation. I don't yet know. I was hoping that you and some of your doctors here could help me find out." Dr. Murray thought this over. Then he said, "Dr. Petrie, I think you have a very interesting notion there, but what I am not is a research bacteriologist. I'm trying to run a metropolitan casualty department here, and at the moment, what with the strike and the plague, I'm not making much of a go of it. What you need is a man who can turn your theory into scientific facts, if it's a theory that's any good." "Can you suggest anyone?" Dr. Murray reached for his desk diary and leafed through the pages. "There are 2 very good men," he said. "At the moment, they're both fighting each other in court, as I understand it, over some new technique of theirs. But they both have good reputations, and they're both interested in radioactive mutation of bacilli. Here we are, Professor Ivor Glance and Professor Sergei Ford." "Well, I've heard of Glance," said Dr. Petrie. "A bit of a lone wolf, if I remember." "Brilliant, though," said Dr. Murray. "If there's any foundation to your theory at all, he can find it." "Where do I find him?" "Well, you're very fortunate. He lives on First Avenue and Concord Tower. He's a rich man." "I didn't know research bacteriologists got rich." "Well, they do if their fathers are bankers, and they take out a patent on self-aborting bacilli for the brewing industry. Ivor Glance devised the bacillus that made Milwaukee not only famous, but extremely profitable." "I see. Perhaps you and I are in the wrong branch of science, Dr. Murray." Dr. Murray ignored him. "I can let you have a note to take to Glance on hospital paper. They won't let you into the tower otherwise. Right now, they won't let you into any place at all unless you're known." "Thank you," said Dr. Petrie, as the older man unscrewed his pen and scribbled a letter. I just hope that we can do something to make your job easier." Dr. Murray grimaced. "There is one thing. When you're up at Concord Tower, you can take that rifle of yours and make a large hole in Kenneth Garanish." "That reminds me," said Dr. Petrie. "Is there another way out of this place?" It kind of unsettled the medical workers' pickets on the way in. Dr. Murray nodded. "We'll get you out. Would you care for some coffee before you go? My secretary will make you some next door. Right now, I have to get back to the wards." When Dr. Murray had left, they sat for half an hour by the window of his secretary's office, sipping hot coffee and staring out over the darkened city. The windows were soundproofed, but they couldn't keep out the endless howling of sirens and the crackle of shots. The city was black and shadowy, lit here and there by sparkling orange fires. It looked like a medieval vision of the Devil's Kingdom, a place where demons and beasts roamed in echoing darkness. Not even the stars looked down on the 20th-century city that had become at last the realization of a 15th-century nightmare. Ivor Glance had just come out of the shower. He was wrapped up in a white, toweling bathrobe, and he dabbed his perspiring forehead with a succession of tissues pulled from a Kleenex box. "Dr. Petrie," he said, assiduously gathering up sweat, "I have to say that I admire your courage. You and your lady and your little girl." Dr. Petrie, shaved and smelling of braggy, was sitting on the wide, cream-colored 1930s settee, with a large scotch in his hand. For the first time this week, he felt clean and civilized. Prickles had been dressed up in one of Ivor Glance's pajama jackets and put to bed in the small bedroom, while Adelaide and Esmeralda were talking in the kitchen and making supper. "Well, it wasn't courage," said Dr. Petrie, smiling tiredly. "Far from it. It was survival. They burned down Miami, and we had to get out." "You think they did that deliberately?" asked Glance. "Was set fire to the city? I don't know. I don't understand the way the federal government has handled this thing from the very beginning. Down in Miami, we were all beginning to feel like sacrificial lambs." Glance smiled. "You did well to get out of it anyway. If you want to stay here for a few days, you're welcome. We have our own power in this building, and we're very secure. This block was designed as a maximum security project. You saw how tight they've got it defended downstairs." Dr. Petrie sipped his scotch. He was suddenly beginning to realize how utterly exhausted he was. He didn't even know if he was going to be able to stay awake for supper. "Have you thought about my theory?" he asked. Ivor Glance nodded. "Sure, I was thinking about it in the shower." "And how does it grab you?" Glance tapped ash off his cigarette. "It grabs me pretty well, if you want to know the truth. It's one of those theories that's wacky enough to work. You see, most epidemic diseases are sparked off by a particular combination of historical and environmental circumstances. Sometimes the circumstances are so absurd and unusual that you could never predict they were going to happen. But we've had all the ingredients for this epidemic in American society for years, and it only took a couple of odd happenstances to get the whole thing going." Glance got up, walked across to the drinks cabinet, and poured himself a large whiskey. "Ingredient one is plague itself," he said. "We've had plague in the United States throughout the 20th century, and every single year, particularly in the western states, we suffer plague fatalities. It's endemic in squirrels and rats in the West, and there have been cases reported in Florida, as you probably know. Ingredient two is the raw sewage, the medium in which plague bacilli were incubating beneath the ocean. The sewage, if you like, was the laboratory in which the bacilli was mutated. Ingredient three is the radioactivity. Well, we don't have any proof where the radioactivity comes from, but I can guess that radioactive waste might well be dumped into the ocean from industrial processes, or maybe atomic-powered ships and submarines have offloaded uranium fuel in the area where the raw sewage was lying. Given those three ingredients, all it took was an unusual climatic situation with reverse currents and changeable winds, and the epidemic was served up to us on a plate. Glenn sat down again and puffed his cigarette. Well, it's a classic epidemic situation, Dr. Petrie, and that's why I believe your theory is right. Dr. Petrie nodded, wearily. The problem is, said Ivory Glance, that even if it's right, we have to prove it's right. And even when we've done that, we still have to find a way to communicate our information to the federal government and make sure they act on it. Well, is Manhattan completely cut off? As long as the power's out, yes. They were flying helicopters out of here for most of the day, but I should think that they've all been commandeered by now. The same goes for boats. And as long as we've got plague in the city, there isn't anyone who's going to fly in here to bring us out. What are we going to do then? Asked Dr. Petrie. It looks like I wasted my time. Glance shrugged. No, I don't think so, Dr. Petrie. I don't have any test facilities here at home, but I can work out the probability graphs and all the mathematics. And I guess we can check your theory to the point where we're 65% sure about it, and I think that should be enough to convince the government. What we need to discover is the critical level of radioactivity, which renders the plague harmless, and then we're all set. Anyone who hasn't caught it already could be given a dose of X-rays, and they'd be protected. What about pregnant women? Asked Petrie. We couldn't give X-rays to them. The last thing we want to do is cure the plague and wind up with a whole generation of deformed children. Ivory Glance shook his head. Well, I don't think the dosage is sufficiently high to make it a problem, but we'll check. Once we're reasonably sure, we can get a message to Washington, or wherever the president is hiding himself, and they can do the basic practical research outside of the plague zone. You seem very confident, said Dr. Petrie. I'm not in the least confident, Glance replied, but it's the only theory we've got. We might as well make the best of it. Do you think there's a chance? Oh, sure, of course there's a chance. There's no bacillus in my long and varied experience that can be destroyed or mutated into complete harmlessness by the correct application of radioactivity. The same goes for humans, if you must know. Dr. Petrie finished his scotch. How long will it take? He asked. The mathematics, I mean. Ivory Glance shook his head. Hard to say. 2 or 3 days, maybe less, maybe more. And meanwhile, the whole of New York just dies. I can't help it, Dr. Petrie. As soon as I've eaten, I'm going to sit right down there and start work, and that's a promise. But I can't work miracles. Dr. Petrie stood up and walked over to the window. 16 floors below, the streets were dark, blind, and chaotic. He saw red flashing police lights and ambulances, and the smoke from a smoldering store rising almost invisibly into the rainy night sky. I sometimes wish it were true, he said quietly. You sometimes wish what were true? Asked Glance. Dr. Petrie let the drapes fall and turned back into the room. In Miami, he said. They used to joke about me and call me St. Leonard. I just sometimes wish it were true. Glance looked at him oddly. Don't worry, said Dr. Petrie. I'm not a religious maniac, and I'm not going out of my mind. But I've spent most of my medical life nursing rich old widows. And now I've suddenly seen that there's so much more to medicine than dishing out placebos to dried-up geriatrics with more money than sense. Glance sniffed. Oh, don't knock money, he said. Money makes it easier to have scruples. Dr. Petrie rubbed his face exhaustedly. I don't know whether I want scruples right now. Well, I have another drink instead. Ivory Glance was pouring Dr. Petrie another large dose of scotch when Adelaide and Esmeralda came in with a hot egg and bacon quiche and a fresh salad. The girls laid knives and forks on the glass coffee table, and they all sat down to eat informally. Usually, said Glance, Esmeralda insists that we eat in the dining room, with starched napkins tucked under our chins. But tonight we'll make an exception. Adelaide said, I don't know how we're ever going to thank you for this. It's so bad out on the streets. I thought we'd never get out of this alive. Well, it doesn't take people long to revert to the jungle, does it? Ivory-Glance remarked. You only have to pour a few drinks down most people, and they start behaving like apes. That's how alcohol works. Layer by layer, it anesthetizes your civilized mind until you're nothing but a caveman. Or cavewoman. Esmeralda was slicing quiche. She didn't look up, but handed Dr. Petrie a plateful of food. He smiled at her, because he found her attractive. Her long, black, curly hair was tied with ribbons, and she was wearing a dark brown satin negligee trimmed with lace and bows. She looked a little pale, but it suited her fine profile. He found himself glancing at the soft, mobile way her breasts moved underneath the satin and her long, bare legs. Adelaide was too tired and hungry to notice. She was looking scrubbed and plain, with no makeup at all, and her brunette hair was tied back in a headscarf. She'd borrowed a pink dressing gown from Esmeralda, and the color didn't suit her at all. Sexual attraction, thought Dr. Petrie, as he ate his flan, is the unfairest urge ever. Ivory-Glance washed a mouthful of food down with whiskey. To some people, he said, this plague is a blessing. Dr. Petrie frowned. What do you mean by that? I mean, who could ever benefit from a disaster like this? Oh, you'd be surprised. Our next-door neighbor is Kenneth Garnish from the Medical Workers Union. Yes, he's been pressing for more pay for his members because of the dangers of treating plague victims. Then there's Herbert Gaines. You remember Herbert Gaines, the actor? Well, he lives upstairs. He's gotten himself into politics now, and his main plank is that blacks and immigrants have caused the plague. We ought to vote a right-wing Republican into the White House to get rid of them. Then, of course, there's Sergei Ford. Dr. Petrie was puzzled. The way that Ivory-Glance had spoken that name loudly and vehemently, it had seemed that he was speaking to Esmeralda. But Esmeralda still didn't look up and carried on eating in silence. Dr. Petrie said, Dr. Murray mentioned him. Isn't he the guy you're... Yes, said Ivory-Glance. He was still looking at Esmeralda, and not at Dr. Petrie at all. He's the guy I'm suing for infringement of patent. Or at least I was suing him for infringement of patent. The plague, among other things, has let him off the hook. Well, you must be pretty galled. Glance turned to Dr. Petrie at last. Galled? He said. You bet your ass I'm galled. It's a life's work, right down the river. But that's not the worst part. Dr. Petrie glanced from Ivory-Glance to Esmeralda. There was some indefinable tension between them. Esmeralda was still holding her knife and fork, but she wasn't actually eating. Her knuckles were white. She was staring at her plate as if willing it to disappear into the sixth dimension. Adelaide caught the atmosphere, too, and looked up with a frown. The worst part, said Ivory-Glance, was losing a life's loyalty and a life's love. There was a long silence. Then Esmeralda stood up and took her plate out of the sitting room and into the kitchen. They heard her scraping her supper down the sink disposal unit. Yes? Ivory-Glance called. She didn't answer. Yes? He called again. She appeared at the kitchen door. I'm not very hungry, she said. I think I'll go to bed. Ivory-Glance took a deep breath, as if he was about to shout something, but then he changed his mind and breathed out again. Esmeralda went off to her bedroom, and turning to Dr. Petrie, Glance said, How about one more scotch, Doctor? I'm sure you can justify it on medicinal grounds. Dr. Petrie passed his glass. He watched Ivory-Glance unstopper the crystal decanter and pour the drink out. Listen, Professor Glance, he said gently. I don't mean to be personal, but what? Dr. Petrie. Dr. Petrie shook his head. I'm sorry, he said. It's none of my business. Glance handed over his scotch. Of course it's your business. You're a guest here. Well, I didn't mean to pry. Well, it just seemed that, well, I know what it seemed like. Well, it's the truth. I've decided to withdraw my action against Sergei Ford. The reason I've decided to do so is because my stepdaughter is being blackmailed. It appears she was rather indiscreet. That's if you want to put it mildly. Dr. Petrie sat back. Is that the price? Is that what the blackmailers are asking for? Your withdrawal from the case? Ivor Glance nodded. Of course. That's why my stepdaughter was set up in the first place. It was a deliberate ploy by Ford to hit me below the belt. I can tell you something, Dr. Petrie. If ever I lay my hands on that Finnish bastard, so help me, I'll tear his lungs out and use them for water wings. Well, surely it wasn't Esmeralda's fault, said Adelaide. If she was set up, how can you blame her? Glance swigged whiskey. I blame her because she got herself drunk, and she let them do what they wanted. Not once did she think about me and what could happen if she got involved in something like that. She lives under my roof. I pay for everything she wears, eats, and wipes her ass with. I bought her an art gallery and 200 paintings to stock it with. I'm a stepfather in a million, and all she could do is get herself squiffy on 2 glasses of champagne. Do you know, Dr. Petrie, how much that bacteriological process means to me? What do you mean, financially? Of course, financially. What do you think this is? The Alexander Fleming Home for needy bacteriologists? Dr. Petrie, over 20 years that process could have brought me, in royalties and dues and industrial licenses, something in the region of $30 million. Adelaide's eyes widened. I see what you're talking about. I think I'd be sore too. Ivor Glance shook his head. I'm not sore, my dear. I'm out of my goddamned mind with rage. Shark McManus started moaning again. He was lying curled up on the cold plastic tiles of a travel agency's second-floor office on 3rd Avenue, shivering and sweating in the darkness. From where he lay, he could see the legs of a desk and a waste paper basket and a half-open door. He was still clutching his .38, but his sight kept blurring, and he was hurting so bad that he didn't even know if he could pull the trigger or not. Pains, like red-hot rakes, stabbed into his groin and his stomach, and every now and then a scalding squirt of diarrhea soaked into his jeans. "Paston," he whispered, "you still there?" Edgar Paston stood by the window, pale-faced and perspiring. In the street below, he could see gangs of black youths running and shouting and smashing windows. "I'm here," he said quietly. He came across the office and bent over McManus with a serious face. "How do you feel?" McManus winced. "Oh, terrific." Edgar said, "Shark, I have to find you a doctor." McManus moaned again and shook his head. "Where do you think you're going to find a doctor? Out there? I know you, Paston. You're going to go straight to the cops and tell them it was me." "Shark, you'll die." "What the fuck do you care? I used you. You used me, and your family got wasted." Edgar stood straight again. "I still think I ought to try and find you a doctor. There have to be doctors who wouldn't ask questions." McManus almost laughed, but his laughter turned to coughing, and his coughing became gasps of pain. "Paston, you're such a stupid shit." "Don't say that, Shark." Why should you care?" whispered McManus. Edgar clenched and unclenched his fists. He seemed to be trying to say something that wouldn't quite form itself into coherent words. He wiped his perspiring forehead with his shirt sleeve, and then he said, "Shark." McManus was moaning. Edgar knelt down beside him, as close as he could, and took his hand. "Shark, I do care." Shark's breath smelled bad, and his face, in the gloomy darkness of the office, looked like a white wax death mask. "Shark, I don't want you to die." Shark slowly moved his head from side to side. That's bullshit. Edgar Paston leaned over the dying boy and held his face in his hands. Shark's eyes were almost closed, and he was breathing thickly and slowly through his parted lips. Shark, listen, I have to tell you this. Please listen, will you? I have to tell you. McManus opened his eyes a little wider and stared at Edgar as if he had never seen him before in his whole life. I don't suppose you'll understand, said Edgar, but I have to tell you anyway. I know Tammy and the kids were killed, but you have to believe that I don't blame you. You were trying to help us, Shark. I know that. It was the cops who killed them. You have to understand that I don't blame you. The office was so dark that it was impossible to tell if Shark McManus was listening or not. He quivered from time to time and whimpered, but he didn't answer. Edgar Paston was crying now. Shark, he said, I got it all wrong. I didn't understand, don't you see? I got it all wrong because I was dead and you were alive. I didn't recognize you for what you really were. Shark, you got youth. Look at me. How old do you think I am, Shark? I've never had a youth. It was school, and then it was college, and then it was Tammy and the kids and work. Christ, Shark, you got freedom and love and confidence and everything. All I've got is a useless, dreary, stupid supermarket. Shark McManus, after a few moments, seemed to smile. He managed to raise one limp hand and touch Edgar's tears. Paston, he croaked, you're such a stupid shit. For Christ's sake, don't say that. I have to say it, man, it's true. Edgar Paston sat up. His voice was unnaturally high, and in an odd way, it was almost hysterical. God, he shrieked, can't you see how much I envy you? McManus was in less pain now. He gave a few breathy chuckles and rolled his head to one side. Paston, he whispered, I don't want to be envied by you. I think I'd prefer to die. Edgar got to his feet and automatically brushed the dust from the knees of his pants. Well, that's too bad, he said impatiently. That's just too bad because I'm going to go right out there and find you a doctor. You're going to get well again, and then we'll see. Give me the gun. Paston, said Shark, you're out of your head. You can't go out there. Give me the gun, Shark. Edgar bent over and caught hold of McManus's wrist. Shark was too weak to resist him, and he gave up the .38 without a struggle. Okay now, said Edgar, forcefully. I'm going out there, and I'm going to find you a doctor. Give me an hour. If I'm not back after that time, well, can I die then? Asked Shark McManus. Am I allowed to? Edgar leaned over and patted him on the cheek. You are not to die, he said, tenderly. Shark nodded. Okay then, I won't. Edgar took the gun and left the office. He walked along the landing to the concrete staircase that led down to the street. As he reached the top step, he heard an unexpected scuffling noise, and he paused. He peered into the darkness, and he could have sworn that he saw something moving. He wished he had a torch. Feeling his way down step by step, with his hand against the rough concrete wall, he came to the next turn in the stairs. He heard the noise again. There was a high-pitched squeaking and the patter of feet. Rats, he said to himself. Oh, Jesus. He descended the next few stairs cautiously. The rats scuttled down ahead of him, and he could see their eyes reflecting the dim light from the open street door. He managed to reach the sidewalk, kicking a couple of rats aside, and it was only then that he realized how many there were. The office building was teeming with rats, and so were the streets. Disturbed by the chaotic violence and looting, frightened by fires, aroused by the smell of dead bodies, they were rising from the sewers and electrical conduits of Manhattan in a gray tide. Edgar ran across 3rd Avenue and turned down 52nd Street. Now he was out in the open. His confidence was shaken. It was menacing and strange, and the fires that burned through the drizzling rain cast enormous shadows. He had no idea where he could find a doctor, and he peered hopelessly at all the signs and nameplates he saw. From 3rd Avenue, he reached Lexington Avenue. Uptown, he could see immense fires blazing. Whole blocks were alight. Downtown, it was all darkness and savagery. He crossed the street and walked quickly towards Park Avenue, panting hard and clutching his pistol tight. He didn't see them until he had turned the corner. There were 8 or 9 of them, marauding black teenagers with clubs and knives and razors. They had raided 3 hotel bars on the East Side, and they were fiercely drunk. The day before, white hoodlums had come up to Harlem and thrown gasoline bombs in their neighborhood stores and their houses, and they were out to fix honkies and nothing else. Edgar raised the .38. "Don't you come a step nearer, or I'll shoot." The black kids jeered and laughed. Edgar, holding the pistol in both hands, aimed directly at a silhouetted head. It went through his mind like an action replay. The supermarket doorway, the laughter in the car park, the shot. One of the kids fell to the ground without a sound. The rest of them scattered. "He's dead all right. I got him in the head." And while his finger froze on the trigger, a tall black boy in green jeans ducked under his line of fire and stabbed him straight in the face with a broken gin bottle. A glass sliced into his cheeks and mouth, and he dropped the gun onto the sidewalk in a slow-motion twist of agony. They cut his face up first. He felt knives in his eyes. Then one of them grappled his wet, petrified tongue, and they sliced it off with a razor. The last thing he felt before he died in a hideous burst of agony was the broken bottle they forced, laughing, into his rectum. Shark McManus died that night too. As he lay on the floor of the office, helpless and weak and soaked in diarrhea, the rats came scampering in. He was so close to death that he scarcely felt them running over him, and at one moment he thought of the kitten his father had given him when he was 6, and he opened his arms to embrace the scuttling gray tribe that bit at his flesh and turned his hands into raw, bloody strings. "Aston?" he said hoarsely. There was no answer. He heard a squeaking, pattering noise that he didn't understand. "Aston?" he said again. No answer. "Aston!" After the hideous chaos of the night, the morning was gray and silent. The rain stopped, and a smeary sunlight filtered across the East River and into the broken streets. Uptown, fires still burned in Harlem, and the black carcasses of buses and cars were littered all over the streets of the Midtown Hotel District, smoldering and smashed. The sidewalks were glittering with powdered glass, and amongst it, like frozen explorers caught in a strange kind of snow, were the bodies of plague victims and riot casualties. 1 or 2 police cars patrolled the streets slowly and cautiously, driving over rubble and bricks and debris. The cops all wore respirators and goggles and were heavily armed. There were still a few stray looters around, and they had orders to shoot to kill. The rats were still in evidence, swarming into abandoned delicatessens and restaurants, and over the corpses that lay huddled up in every street. Every office block and apartment building was locked and guarded and under siege. But even if the residents were able to keep out the looters and most of the rats, they couldn't protect themselves from the plague. During Monday morning, a fast-breeding bacilli brought painful death to thousands of New Yorkers, transmitted by minute specks of infected saliva. It only took a word of encouragement to pass the plague on, or the touch of a hand in friendship. Some people died slowly, in prolonged agony, while others succumbed in 2 or 3 hours. By midday, almost 17,000 people were dead, and several apartment buildings had become silent, pestilent mortuaries. As the people collapsed, the rats scurried in, devouring food and flesh in a suffocating orgy of self-indulgence. Other people, trapped in elevators since Sunday by the power failure, began to collapse from exhaustion, thirst, and lack of air. There was no one to rescue them, and they died in a squalid confusion of darkness and urine. In the subways, imprisoned in darkened trains, people moaned and cried and waited for the help that would never arrive. Old people and invalids sat in their apartments in front of dead televisions, waiting for nurses who didn't dare take to the streets. Drug addicts, shivering and sweating, haunted the Lower West Side looking for fixes. Dr. Petrie, up on the 16th floor of Concord Tower, stared down at the city for almost an hour. Adelaide and Esmeralda had taken Prickles to meet the Kavanaugh children on the floor below, and Ivor Glance was locked in his study, laboriously working over the mathematical probability of destroying the plague with radioactive rays. Dr. Petrie drank coffee and tried to relax. He had slept badly, with nightmares of traveling and suffering and violence, but he felt better than yesterday. He was just wondering how long they could survive on the 16th floor without food supplies or any guarantee that their water or power would hold out. He was going to pour himself another cup of coffee when there was a rap at the door. He walked across the sitting room and switched on Ivor Glance's closed-circuit TV. The building super was standing outside, looking agitated. Dr. Petrie opened the door. "Hi," said the super. He remembered Dr. Petrie from the night before, when they had banged on the glass doors of Concord Tower and shouted to be let in. He was a thin, nervous man with greasy hair and a neatly clipped mustache. "Can I come in?" "Sure. Professor Glance is working right now, but if it's urgent." The super worriedly chewed at his lip. "It's getting pretty serious, to tell you the truth. They got assistants going around the whole building, informing everybody." "Oh, what's the problem?" "Well," said the super, "we got quite a crowd outside. You know, people who were caught on the streets when the power went off. They want us to let them in, and they've started cracking at the front doors already." "Well, how many are there?" "Well, it's hard to tell. Maybe a couple of dozen. I took a look off the roof, and the same thing's happening to other condos, too. I guess quite a few people got caught out last night, and now they want to get back inside." "Well, you can't let them in. You know that, don't you?" Dr. Petrie said. "Even if they're residents, they may have plague. This whole apartment building could be wiped out in an afternoon." "Well, yes, sir, I know that, but I was trying to figure out how to keep them out. They're smashing down the doors, and some of them have guns." There was another knock at the door. Dr. Petrie turned around to see a stocky, bristle-headed man standing in the doorway, wearing a turtleneck sweater, plaid pants, and bedroom slippers. His face was bruised, and he had a magnificent black eye. "I hope I'm not interrupting you people," said the man, "but I was thinking we ought to get together and have ourselves a powwow." "Oh, good morning, Mr. Garanish," said the super. "My name's Kenneth Garanish," said the new arrival, walking in and holding out his hand to Dr. Petrie. "How do you do? I'm Leonard Petrie. Dr. Murray at Bellevue said I should blow a hole in your head." Kenneth Garnish chuckled. Yeah, that sounds like Murray, all right. You a doctor, too? I guess I'm not too popular with doctors. What's the matter, Jack? You look like you ate something that disagreed with you. The super nodded. Well, I was telling this gentleman here, Mr. Garnish, we got a pretty mean crowd of people down on the street, and they're trying to break their way in. Kenneth Garnish took out a cigarette and lit it. Well, you got top security locks and doors down there, haven't you? That should keep them out. Well, for a while, I guess, but they look like they want to get in real bad. Do you want some help? Asked Kenneth Garnish. I have an automatic and some rounds. Well, I've got this rifle here, said Dr. Petrie, pointing to the automatic weapon he had left in Ivor Glance's umbrella stand. Kenneth Garnish said, I think we ought to get ourselves together and form a defense plan. Is Professor Glance around? Maybe we can rope him in too. Wait there, said Dr. Petrie. I'll go see. He walked across to Ivor Glance's study and rapped gently on the door. There was a pause, then Glance said, Come in. The study was dense with cigarette smoke. The walls, papered in dark brown Art Deco wallpaper, were covered in graphs and diagrams and illustrations of radiography equipment. Ivor Glance was bent over a large walnut desk with a slide rule, log tables, dividers, and a cramful ashtray. His shirt was crumpled and stained with sweat, and he was frowning at columns of figures through a thick pair of reading glasses. How's it going? Asked Dr. Petrie. Slow, said Glance. This problem has to have 15 million permutations. Without a computer, it's like trying to write the Bible in 2 days. Do you think it's going to take you that long? Ivor Glance took off his spectacles. 2 days, you mean? Well, not a chance. It's going to take longer. Trouble is, I don't have any expert help. I need someone to double-check these figures and give me some different angles and ideas. This could take months. Then do you think we ought to take the theory straight to Washington and let them work it out? Ivor Glance shook his head. That wouldn't wash. If we turned up in Washington with that kind of theory, they'd laugh in our faces. They don't have any bacteriologists on the government payroll with any imagination or style. And this theory would sink into the swamp of professional jealousy like a goddamned brick. But there are lives at stake, for Christ's sake. We have people dying in thousands. Ivor Glance stood up. Dr. Petrie, he said, I know people are dying, but it's no use. What you forget is that Washington, right at this moment, is being inundated with theories and ideas and schemes for stopping the plague. Some of them good, some of them mediocre, and some of them totally crazy. Unless we can substantiate this theory with figures, it's going to wind up in some minor scientist's in-basket, and it probably won't see the light of day until the tricentennial, if there's anybody left alive to dig it up. You sound pretty cynical, Dr. Petrie said. Ivor Glance nodded. I am cynical. If you think that big business is a cutthroat game, you ought to try science. It's a second-rate scramble for recognition and honors, and as much money as you can milk out of as many foundations as possible. That's why we have to waste our time here working off thousands of figures and letting millions of Americans die. Kenneth Garnish poked his head around the door. Is this a private harangue, or can anyone join in? Ivor Glance grinned tiredly. Hi, Mr. Garnish. I was just sounding off about scientific ethics. You've met Dr. Petrie. Sure. Listen, Professor. Do you think we can get some of our neighbors together for a council of war? Jack the Super says there are people outside on the streets trying to break their way in. I think we ought to work out some plan of defense. Ivor Glance sighed. Mr. Garnish, he said, I have to do a month's work in a couple of days. I don't think I have time for councils of war. I don't need defense. I need a first-class assistant bacteriologist. Kenneth Garnish pulled a face. Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to oblige you there, Professor. But let's say you're busy. I'll ask Herbert Gaines and that Bloofer guy. If I need your help, can I call on you? Surely. Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, it's back to the slide rule. 4. At 5 that afternoon, in Kenneth Garnish's mock colonial apartment, the residents of the 16th and 17th floors of Concord Tower held a council of war. They were going to talk about self-protection, food, and survival. And then their elected representative was going to speak to a meeting of representatives from all the other occupied floors. Mrs. Garnish had made some rather clumsy cold beef sandwiches